seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot. I got stumped there for a second. Reverend who? Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live from the city of New York, where apparently winter has made a return appearance because it's been cold lately. It's been a long time of freezing weather, and it's continuing and continuing and continuing. I'm not happy about it, but I'm happy to be here with you tonight. That's for sure. This is like I said this before. I've said this many times. This is the high point of my week. I look forward to this. I can't wait to do it, and I wish I could keep doing it all during the week, but there are other people, and I can't be a pig, can I? So anyway, we're here to now spend an hour looking through the magical window of the tarot. We get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific to read the tarot cards so that we can see what's going on in our lives. People from all over the world call, and they want to know what's going on in their lives and maybe get a little extra information about things that are happening. Now, there's not going to be room for everybody who wants to talk to get in. And I also I know that there are people who don't feel comfortable talking in front of so many people around the world. It's, public speaking is considered the biggest fear. It outranks the fear of death. People would rather die than speak in public. That's if you're kind of shy and you don't want to do it, that's understandable. You can always contact me and get a reading off the air. Now you say, of course, but you're going to charge me for that. So, well, yes, I am. I'm going to charge you as much as I can get. Damn it. That's how it works. No, I'm not. My prices are very reasonable, and I cut them in half, and you can't get any cheaper than this. Let me tell you this. For listeners, the Ask One Radio Network, I offer a free mini reading. Now, who's going to charge you less than free, right? Free will be it. Just drop me a line at asktarot@earthlink.net. It's asktarot@earthlink.net. It's one word, asktarot, ASKTAROT @earthlink.net. You can also find me through my website. You can find me through the Ask One Radio Network website. I'm the easiest guy in the world to find. And just drop me a line and say that you would like the free mini reading that I offer. And it's free. I mean, that's it. Now, the funny thing is, I have found that it pretty much answers any questions that people have. So I'm not. It's not just a come on. I mean, it's an actual reading. I write up the answers. I send it to you. You get a nice email with all the information, and I show you the cards, and I have fun doing it. And then I delete your information because I don't do spam. I don't have a mailing list except for one. Now, you see, I have one mailing list, and that's for my newsletter. And if you want to be on my newsletter's mailing list, just go to magic-works.com, magic-works.com, and you can see the link to the newsletter to sign up. Now, that's a very, what's the word I'm looking for? Lazy, I think is the word. I only do 4 newsletters a year. And so maybe I'll do more. Maybe I'll do it more often than that, because I enjoy doing it. There's a new one coming out now, any minute now. This one it has a free gift in there for you people. See, I'm brimming with free stuff. You want to hear more free stuff? Who wants free stuff? You want more free stuff? I'll give you free stuff. How about a birth chart? Would you like a horoscope chart that tells all about your life at the time of your birth? I can get you that and do that completely free. No charge. Now I'm shuffling up the cards here. No charge whatsoever. And that is at magic-works.com. Also go there, look at the top of the page, and you'll see the menu and look for free birth chart. Now there is a more complete, comprehensive birth chart that's longer, much longer, a lot of work. That's not free, but it's not expensive either, but it's not free. And again, like as I said with the free reading, I found that the free birth chart handles the situation pretty well. So you don't need much more than that. I mean, what can be less expensive and more fun than free, right? So do those things. I've got my free newsletter. which, well, it should be free because it's mostly promotional stuff, But there's some magical information in every one. This one has a real nice surprise in it. You'll see when you get it. There's my free mini reading, and there's my free birth chart. And if you can think of anything else you want me to do free, let me know. And I will immediately call my union. I wonder if there is a union. Is there a union for people who do this? I mean, I'm in the American Tarot Association, but we're not a union. We're just a group of tarot enthusiasts who try to promote the good image of tarot, and of course we respond whenever there's negative publicity about tarot readers, which unfortunately happens from time to time. As with everything in life, there's unscrupulous practitioners, but not as many as you might think, because it takes a lot of work to get into tarot. I mean, if you wanted to reasonably cheat at tarot and use it to hurt people, that takes a lot of work. So you might as well be legit about it. That's the way I look at it. But if you also want to go to magic-works.com, you'll find the American Tarot Association Code of Ethics. Now, if you get, there are other tarot readers beside me, obviously. And if you wish to get a reading from one of the other people, take a look at our code of ethics first and see if the people you're going to be getting a reading from align themselves with that, because this is very important. I mean, there are certain things we just don't do. We try to keep it very ethical because you're trusting us, and you're trusting us with things about your life. You're trusting us with information about yourself. And that's sorry to say there are people who can't resist that temptation, but I'm not one of them. Of course, if I was, would I tell you? Yeah, but I'm not. I enjoy doing this, and I enjoy reading for you, and I've made friends all over the world, and I really thank so many people who've been with me for years. There's some people here listening who encouraged me to do this. On the internet, on Ask One Radio. They encouraged me. They go back further than this with me. But most people know me from Ask One Radio, and and they know me from being a perennial hospital patient for the last year. Oh, brother. Oh, that's a good one. But I don't knock it. I think I'm also one of the few people who, when I'm done with medical treatment, I thank the people. And why not? I mean, they're keeping me alive, and I think I seem reasonably healthy and active and alive and invigorated. Now, last year, it was awful. I was really hauling it around, I only did 15 live shows last year. Forget it. That was just unforgivable. And that's another thing. This is not free, but it's close to free because I missed so many shows last year. I have cut my reading rates in half. So you check out my reading rates at magic-works.com, magic-works.com, and you will see that we cut those in half, just slice it in half. And that's because I felt so bad about first of all, I had to cancel readings, and I don't like doing that. And secondly, this show, the whole point of this show is to reach as many people as I can and do free readings. And that is like just a way to give back to the world. And I was unable to do that. So I've cut the prices in half. Now, I suppose I could cut the prices further than half. There's no reason not to, because it's my prices, right? But I'll put it to you this way. I never let money get in the way of a reading. If a person wants a reading, I'll be more than happy to negotiate with you and see what you want to do. I won't slam the door on you because of finances. I just don't do that. When I started reading professionally, I had a policy of saying, I'll do the reading for you, and then you pay me whatever you want. And people said, you're an idiot. Well, of course, that's not the first time I've heard that in my life, but the people said, you're an idiot for doing that. And it worked out so well. Only one person ever stiffed me, only one. And that person then never spoke to me again, probably out of fear. You don't want to cross a magician. Word to the wise, as they used to say, right? So there you go. Now you've got half price stuff and free stuff and all kinds of things. And if you just want to chat with me about anything magical or philosophical, send me an email. Ask Tarot at earthlink.net or fill out the contact form at magic-works.com. And hey, there's, all kinds of stuff. Now go to mojoacademy.org and you'll see some interesting books there. And I'm going to be adding some books there soon too. It's a never-ending project. So many wonderful, forgotten, magical books need to be brought back, and I bring them back, and I try to make them look good. I clean them up, and I put them out there at a reasonable price, and let you know when there's a discount. So check out that also, and you'll also see, which has nothing whatsoever to do with the occult and magic, but my shaving soap. And my book on how to shave. Now, men think they know how to shave, but the old-fashioned way of shaving, I love it. I don't want to talk about it because I'll end up talking for the whole show, and that kind of ruins the whole thing. But I won't get any readings then. But I just love the old way of shaving with a mug and a brush and soap and a straight razor, and there's ways to do that don't involve all of the hassles that it used to be in the old days. So you can check out my book on that at mojoacademy.org. You'll see it. The heading is The Manly Art of Shaving. But that's what led. I make my own incense and I blend my own oils for magical work. And it dawned on me one day, make your own soap, because the shaving soaps, there used to be some really good ones at a reasonable price, and they're gone. They all vanished last year in the throes of massive inflation, which left us with nothing. Now I still have a few boxes of Williams shaving soap, which had been around since the 1800s, and it used to sell for about $3-4 a box for a piece of soap. Now those are now worth about $45-50 each. But what would I buy half as good as that which I'm selling? To paraphrase Omar Khayyam. So I decided to make my own. That's the magical way. So there you go. Maybe I'll just market that as the only shaving soap blessed by a priest. How's that? I don't think I'll go so far as to say that if you nick yourself shaving, it will heal you. I could say that, but that wouldn't be true. That's blasphemy. Blasphemy. Whatever. Let's you can tell that I don't talk to many people during the week. I get all chatty when I do this show. I love talking to you guys. I really do. And I'm a chatterbox. When I was a little boy, my parents used to use that old line from the Marx Brothers that I was vaccinated with a phonograph needle. So I think I was destined to be here and talk. So we're all shuffled up. We've got some of that commercial stuff out of the way. Let's get right down to the readings now, okay? We're going to spend some time looking through the magical window of the tarot. But first, let's see. We're going to ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. And now I'm going to pull back the curtain on the magical window, and we are with Kelly in Saginaw, Michigan. Hi, Kelly. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello, Reverend.
Hi, Kelly. How are you tonight?
Great. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How's Saginaw?
Windy, cold, and rainy.
Well, that sounds like New York, too, today. I only remember, I know Saginaw only because it's mentioned in The Music Man. So I'm just your typical provincial New Yorker who never goes anywhere. Whenever I go anyplace, I meet New Yorkers. So I'm living in a bubble. So I love getting around the country, even if it's only virtually. So what can I look at for you tonight, Kelly?
The future. Just tell me what you see.
Okay, well, the first card I see is the Emperor. So that shows me that you're in command here, that you're doing well. The Emperor and the Hierophant. Geez, this is interesting. These are 2 authority figures, in a sense. The Emperor would be more secular, and the Hierophant is more religious. But are you in an authoritative position in life, or in anything like that?
No.
I mean, you're not like the governor of Michigan, right? That's for sure. Okay. Right.
No.
Good, because I don't think the governor of Michigan would want to talk to me anyway. But so what I'm seeing that you're a person who's possessed of skill and confidence and very
True.
capable. That's the important thing. Would you buy that?
Yes.
Okay, so that's good. It's good to know. I could see you in a field like in legal work or what's the word I'm looking for? Not office work, so to say, but managerial. That kind of thing. But on a large scale, this is what I'd see. There's some plans that you have. Am I correct?
For the future, yes.
Okay, because I have the 3 of rods here, and the rods involve career. 3s involve completion. So this is about the plans that you have in terms of career for yourself will reach completion, but now this is not a terrible but, as buts go, it's not bad. You will probably be involved with somebody else. You'll probably have a partner in this, and it's going to take time to develop. But when it does develop, it will come through. The symbology here shows a person looking out over the bay at some ships, and the meaning is this is old time pictures here. The meaning is that the ships are laden with goods that are going off to market, and will be coming back loaded with more goods and profit. So that's a good sign. That means there'll be time involved, but your plans will reach fruition. You've set something in motion and it's working, and you're going to succeed at it. And the 6 of coins means it's going to yield money. And the world is a card of assured success. So there you go. That's a good one. I think you're going to do fine.
Wow.
It's a star. That's a card of hope and optimism. Of course, if I was as skillful and commanding as these cards show you to be, I would be very optimistic too. But there you go. See,
Thank you.
I think you're in a perfect position to make your plans come true. A lot of people dream and hope and want things to happen, but you're the kind of person I see who is making them happen and will succeed.
Thank you.
I see no doubt about that. So whatever this plan is, you're going to be okay. Now, here, what I have one other card for you is the Page of Cups, and and the Page of Coins. There you go. The pages are about the physical manifestation of the thing they represent. And the coins is money. Coins are money. The coin suite is money. And the Page of Cups is about emotion and well-being and happiness and joy. So this is when your plans materialize, you're going to be very satisfied financially and emotionally.
Well, thank you.
So that's a very rosy future you've got there, and I love it.
Hope it happens.
keep me posted, okay? Whatever you do, if it's something I can help you publicize, you can just let me know and say that thing you talked to me about, it happened, and here's what it is, and can you tell people about it? I'll be more than happy to do some for you, okay?
Well, sure. I really don't have a business in mind right now, but it's a future plan of when you retire, where you want to be, where you want to go.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm seeing is something that you're working on for the future that's going to take time, and it's going to come across. It's going to happen. There's just no real. There's the Page of Rods too now. The pages are the manifestation of the thing. So in terms of your career plan, which in this career in its widest sense doesn't mean a job. It means the arc of your life, as in a car careering down the highway, so to speak. But you've got the Page of Coins, the Page of Rods, and the Page of Cups, which tells me that it's going to work out for you very well in terms of money, in terms of emotional well-being, and in terms of your plans. So I don't think there's any problem here. I think you know just what you're doing, and you're doing it right. How's that?
Well, thank you.
My pleasure. Is there anything else you want to look at?
How about health?
Health. There's a good one. I've been up to my ears in doctors lately. I've been. I saw a doctor yesterday who gave me the rundown
Good
on
result?
part of the problem I'm having. And I said to him, Doc, that's why I came to you instead of talk to the bus driver. And he almost fell over laughing, which is it's kind of nice when you get a doctor with a sense of humor. I found that they're not known for that particularly.
That's true. That's so true.
If you have any concerns about health, obviously see a medical professional. The best ones you can find is my theory. And many, 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 many years ago, I was having a terrible problem with pain, and my wife found a pain specialist who taught but didn't see people, and she pulled out a roll of money, and she just kept peeling money off. and while he gave excuses to not help me, until he helped me, So.
Oh well, thank goodness, right?
You got to admire a thing like that. Now, there was a television series that did that. It was called The Immortal, and they were chasing after a guy whose blood could keep an old rich guy from dying, and they wanted to use him as a vampire, so to speak. This is a TV show from the 60s. And the bad guys never really roughed anybody up. They would just tell you what they want from you, and if you said no, they would just start peeling off more money. And it always worked. It was just funny to see it in life.
Oh, goodness. Yeah.
But I'd say the temperance card is here in terms of health. That's temperance is a card of being well balanced, and health is a matter of balance. And when your body is out of balance and your systems are not lined up and they're not working well, that's trouble. But I'm seeing here that that's a good card. That means things are well balanced for you.
Wonderful.
So that's
wonderful.
I don't see any. I'm not getting any speed bumps here about health, any problems. I mean, everything's looking good. But if it's even in the back of your mind, just go get that full checkup, okay?
Oh yeah, I just had a physical, so it's just interesting. Good. So how do the finances look? I mean, I know you mentioned them, you've touched on them, yeah.
Ace of Coins. Right there. That's, there you go. You ask about finances. That was right at the top of the deck there. You have the Page of Coin and the Ace of Coins. It looks like money's going to be okay for you. You're not going to have a problem with money, according to this.
Okay, great.
And again, and here's another Three of Coins.
Everybody needs that, right?
You ask about money and I'm getting coin cards all over the place. That's good. The Three of Coins is also another card of a successful completion of a project. So this is why I think your future plans for the retirement are going to work out well.
Okay, that's good to know. Well, thank you so much for the inspiration.
Well, my pleasure. And if there's anything else you want to look at, don't hesitate to get in touch with me. And that goes for everybody listening. I'm the easiest guy in the world to find. You can just do a search online for Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, and I'm a very gregarious person, so I love hearing from people. So thanks for calling, Kelly. And we'll shuffle them up now. Now, it's a funny thing because I spend so much time around health professionals that I'm starting to think like one. I think. I don't know. I mean, I guess it helps, but this is me with a team of easily 40 doctors, let's say, and technicians behind me, keeping me going. So my hat is off to them. They're really making me who I am today. So blame them. If they keep me energized and chatty, which is funny because I don't really talk that much with doctors, but when I do, they kind of treat me like a freak, They're not used to patients being people, I suppose. Some of them are, but not most of them. Gail in Owensboro, Kentucky is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hello.
Hi, how are you tonight, Gail?
I'm fair. We're having storms here.
Oh, brother, I heard they were going to be moving across the country. We had our share of rain here in the last few days that was just very bizarre. I don't know. Somebody up there is unhappy with something, right?
Right. It sure seems like it.
Yeah, but the storms pass, and boy, that's as philosophical as I'm willing to get right now. The storms pass. So, what can I look at for you tonight, Gail?
Well, I have a daughter that's deceased, and she died when she was 15 years old, and
well, that's tragic.
It is. It's hard to live with. It's been 31 years now, and it's really devastating and hard to live with. But
yes.
I had a dream the other night that she was back, and she looked a little bit older, and she said she didn't die, that she had run away and she had been to Poland. Do you have any clue as to what that dream could have meant?
Well, I do. Now, I mentioned this because this is going to sound strange. No, but there are dream books that have been published over the years, and you can find a couple of them over at mojoacademy.org, which is my book publishing site. There's one called "What Dreams Mean," and I would encourage you, if you have dreams like that. And you want to look into them, take a look at that book. It's called What Dreams Mean by Lloyd Kenyon Jones, and you can find that at mojoacademy.org. But if you want, I'll be happy to see if there's any message from the spirit to you. Would you like that?
I would love that.
And mentioning the pain after spanning over 30 years is it's one of the things that irritates me. When something happens and people say, well, you've grieved enough, and I just can't, that's one of the few things that will make me violent, because we grieve as long as we need to, and we never, there's some losses we just will not ever get over. And that is a fact. I won't
get over that. No, I wasn't able to say goodbye or view her body. She was struck by a car, and it was just really a bad situation. I mean, really bad.
Yeah, and the only thing is when the grief gets in the way of living, then yes, you may want to consider speaking with a professional. But no, this whole idea about what is enough, what is enough grief, right? I mean, a very dear friend of mine died not even 5 years ago, and I'm still. I'm speechless about it. It just hurts me to think of the world without her.
Oh yeah.
And
I'm
it's
sorry
just
for your loss.
And it's not going to go away. Now, I'm not comparing the loss of a friend to the loss of a daughter at 15. Goodness,
but grief. But grief.
Yes, and we embrace it, and it becomes part of us, and we don't get over it. You know that. First of all, I'm willing to bet you don't want to get over it. You want to deal with it, but you're going to always live with it. And sooner or later, as you've noticed, I'm sure, the good memories start to filter up and replace some of the sadness. But the sadness is always present. You know that. And I just and again, like I said, because I hear from people all the time about these things, and they said, people say to me, "Well, I've grieved enough," and my blood boils with that. Let me put it to you that way.
Yeah.
So let me see if I can get a message. How's that?
That'd be great.
I never did that before doing this show, and it seems to work. So let's see. I cut the cards here, and okay. This is one of the cards I look for, which is the Temperance card when I do these kind of readings, because it's an angel, and the symbology is obvious that it's the angel. So let's start with that card and see what we can build. Okay, this is the Nine of Swords is next. That's a card of great sadness and grief.
Oh, yes.
The Eight of Swords is here. That's a card also of restriction and feeling hurt and not being tied up in a sense. And then there's the Ten of Swords. Okay, the swords are here. Let's get right down to it. Swords can be about sadness and grief and pain. And here's another one, the Three of Swords. These are. I'm seeing that the passing. This is from the spirit's point of view. Was very painful to your daughter. This is a person whose life was yanked away from her. And,
right.
and I'm seeing great sadness was there, a lot of it. And the question is, here's the Queen of Swords. This is just Page of Swords. All the sword cards are there. So I'm going to put these away for now. And I'm going to shuffle them because the question is, what's the message after that? But the main message is one of sympathy in a sense, which is I am sad being away from you too. That's the way I see it. Because this is a two-way street here. If we're going to go with the idea that we're contacting through esoteric means a departed spirit, then the message is the same. Now, here is a card that I always get when I do these readings, and it is an anomaly in a sense, even though it always happens. It's the Sun, which is a card of healing and health and growth and happiness. It always follows the card of sadness. All the cards of sadness in these kind of readings are followed by the Sun, which is the spirit saying, where I am, I'm doing well, I'm happy, I'm growing, and my spirit is thriving. So that's the good part. But I think the overall message is it's almost like a shout. I miss you too.
Yes.
Okay, so
I found a notebook from school that I'm not going to get into a great big story, but sure. I found a notebook of hers from school that wrote "I love Mom" on it. Now, what 15-year-old does that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. When I was 15, I was saying, when the hell am I going to grow up and get out of here?
When am I going to get out of here? Away from my mom.
Well, I had a very strange family upbringing, but it was, I know what you mean, but this is very, very strong. I have never seen, I always see traces of sadness in the spirit for whom I'm reading this kind of set of cards. I have never seen the degree of sadness that I saw in the cards that you got for her. So this is a person who really was hurt by being torn away from you.
Yeah.
So there, but the card of the Sun tells me that the spirit wants you to know that as a spiritual entity, she has grown and she is growing and she is happy and she is doing well.
Well, I'm pleased to hear that.
Here's an interesting card, and I'm going to go sometimes. And it takes a long time for certain people reading. A lot of people will buy a deck of tarot cards and read the little white book that comes with it and memorize all the meanings. But sometimes you got to look at the context of the reading and throw away the meaning and see if it means something else based on what your cards have told you. And this is the Four of Cups, which shows, I don't know if this is coming across very clearly, but it shows a hand coming out of a cloud holding a cup. And that's telling me that although you don't see the influence, that your daughter's spirit is with you.
Good.
And is offering you emotional support. That's what I read that card to me. So you take a look at the Four of Cups as a card online somewhere if you don't have a deck of your own, and you'll see what I mean, because it's a hand coming out of a cloud making an offering, and that offering is a cup, and the cups are the heart and emotion. So I believe that your daughter is with you. that she's wanted to be with you, and that would account for the dynamic way in which the cards said how painful it was to leave you.
Oh, yes.
So I will definitely see good. I'm going to cut the deck one more time. Look, I got that again. The sun. See, that's reinforcing the message. It showed up twice now, and that was just a random cut of the deck. Yeah. So that is healing and health and growth and happiness, and that's something that she wants you to know. I will light a candle to send positive energy to the spirit and to you. How's that?
Sounds really good.
Thank you for calling, and I really honor the courage it took to get up here and talk about all this, because I know it's very painful to you. But maybe now you have a little more information and it helps. Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you so much. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
And we'll shuffle up the cards again. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. This is Reverend Elliot. I do that because my last name is apparently impronounceable, which is kind of funny. There's a lot of people of Hispanic descent who deal with us in hospitals, which is fine with me because I get to hear my last name pronounced correctly, which I almost never do. They all know how to pronounce it, and it's just a joy to hear. They say it even better than I do. You know, that's and of course, Elliot isn't even how my name is pronounced, my first name. But I have a whole whopping string of middle names, which I don't even want to get into right now. Maybe one day I'll make those a password. I don't know. There's loads of them. There's loads of them in there. So, well, we're all shuffled up now, and we're coming around the bend here to the end of this edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. So let's shuffle them one more time. Hooked up the camera. I figured it's time to get into the modern age, and to my surprise, I noticed there's an old man doing my radio show. So, I don't know where that came from, but here I am.
You just said that. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. What can I look at?
You were mentioning the spices.
Yes.
And one of the biggest things in Europe was salt.
Oh, yes. And in fact, it was so important that it gave us the word salary. You know, that people were paid off in salt.
I just, when you mentioned that, I literally got goosebumps because it was like a week ago that I watched a documentary on it. And there's like so much salt over there. It could supply about the salt over there in, I can't remember the country now, but it's like underground.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
It's like the largest salt mine ever.
People sometimes they don't know what they're saying when they have to get to work again and say it's time to go back to the salt mines. There were people who worked in the salt mines, that's for sure. Yeah.
Oh, definitely. And there still is, but most of them are like closed off, but they say that there's enough salt in there to supply the world for 100 years.
Wow. Well, that's
crazy.
That's it, huh? Well, we'll have to find. Well, I guess they'll desalinate the ocean somehow, and we'll see how that works. But what I find even more fascinating with water is that every drop of water that ever existed is still here. That's
exactly, because it goes through, or you know what I mean.
Well, the latest that I've read was that the water came here like a teaspoon at a time from asteroids and meteorites that hit the Earth billions of years ago.
Oh, wow.
And that's how water got here. So this is all interplanetary. You know, when people talk about alien life, that's us. We're the alien life, because we came out of the water. Yeah,
wow, I never thought of that.
Yeah, life started in the water. And there we go. Well,
I honestly think the first time I ever saw a UFO was here in Nebraska.
What was there?
I said the first time I honestly swear I saw a UFO. It was like flying, and then I saw the sun hit it, or it like lit up, and boom, it was gone.
Wow.
My kids are like, Mom, did you see that? I'm like, yeah, I saw that. Did you see that? There was nothing there. It was gone. It was crazy.
This is, there's the idea that we know about everything is such a conceit. There's so much that we don't know about. And I love it. That life is such an exploration. And
then they talk about how people went to the moon.
Every day they prove to be correct. So who knows, right? I mean, look at us. We're using satellites now to talk. I'm in New York. You're in Nebraska. We're going through satellites, going through computers to use ancient
cell phones. It still amazes me.
Yeah.
Because it's like, remember Star Trek, when they have their little Spock phones. I'm sorry?
Is there anything in particular you want to look at tonight? I'm coming up to the end of the show.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we got off on the planet things or whatever. Just one more thing real quick. My grandfather trained the first astronaut in survival training before they went to the Mercury 7.
Wow. I remember those people.
Anyway, so, my if you look up Robert Weaver, that was my grandfather.
Oh, excellent.
And you can see him in the video training the astronauts. Anyway, so we talked last year, and I had some things that were going on, and I know you talked to hundreds of people, but I had mentioned an incident at the hospital when I went in for an MRI.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so nothing ever came of that because the law I won't go there. Anyway, so I'm hoping to see this year is going to be better, if possible. And I had a dream about somebody that I've been trying to reach out to for many years that has passed. And that last night, literally, was the first time I had a dream about him in years. But I don't know if the message that I got from the dream was correct.
Yeah, well, dreams happen. They do us. I've got a 2-minute notice here, so let me see what I can do really fast. See if you want to look for a message from somebody at this point, or.
Yes, if possible, David.
Okay, let me see what the only thing I'm seeing is, this is another card I get an awful lot when I do this kind of reading, which is that there's a great sadness and pain, but it ended, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm seeing is the pain that ended. Was this an abrupt ending?
We lost contact. We were best of friends, and then the pharmacy gave him prescriptions for his heart, and he wasn't supposed to take them both at the same time, but they told him to. And he died in his sleep.
Yeah, it's because this looks like it happened very suddenly, and stay with your dreams. This is what I need. I've got to run in a few seconds, but I got to stay with your dreams because I've got the moon card, and that's about dreams and the subconscious coming at a person and speaking to you. That's the main thing I'm getting here now, because I hate to
in my dream,
run here because I'm up against the hard deadline here. But the moon card is important in this card, which it's saying stay with your dreams, okay? And keep a journal maybe, and then see the answer you look for will be there. Well, that's the best I can do right now because I've got to run.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network. and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello. Hello, my cherished ducklings. I'm Perry Lyons, and you are you, which is the best thing you can be. My eyebrows are a little... I did my makeup really fast because I got completely distracted making soap for my friends today. And, okay, hold on. There. And I was going to show you my beautiful soap that I made because it's gorgeous, but it's in the kitchen and I'm fine. Nothing to see here. So last week we were talking about Mercury retrograde. I'm going to interrupt myself for a second, as usual, and say hello to all my friends and watchers and viewers and listeners because I love you. I do. You're so awesome. I also have, sorry from the eyeshadow, like no makeup on. So no sculpted cheeks, nothing, which is good. Authenticity. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, last week I couldn't make it because Mercury retrograde. We're going to have a little talk about Mercury retrograde because I think it might explain some of the stuff that's been going on in your life and certainly in my life. Now, when there's something Mercury does, it doesn't actually go backwards because planets kind of don't do that. Or if they do, like they get arrested by the planets. But Mercury does something in its orbit where it's called Mercury retrograde. And it happens for about 3 weeks, about 4 times a year. And for some reason, this last Mercury retrograde, which we're still in until like day after tomorrow, has been unbelievably intrusive, difficult, and ornery. What happens during Mercury retrograde is communications break down, travel breaks down, and I'm not just making this up. I found out that this happens. Anything to do with communication, anything to do with travel, with like, well, the Greek god Mercury represented messages. So anything that is conveyed from one place to another is kind of ruled by Mercury retrograde. Also, never buy a computer or an appliance or anything like that during Mercury retrograde, because what happens is bad things. So well, I was going to talk about this last week or week before, I can't remember. But what happened was all the Wi-Fi went down at my producer's studio, which is a very, very Mercury retrograde thing. And then Monday, I was all set up to go with my great friend Elizabeth Grace. You've heard me talk about her. She and Madeline Aslan are the 2 best astrologers in the United States. And Elizabeth is amazing. She does political astrological forecasts, which I highly recommend. Anyway, I was going to go meet her in Washington for a couple of days of hanging out and looking at pandas and cherry blossoms and all sorts of oriental beautiful things. And so I'm on my way to the train, and because I'm in Annapolis right now. On the way to the train, I get a text from Amtrak saying power lines are down and on the tracks, so trains are delayed. I'm like, okay, no problem. I'm going to go take the bus. So I went into Annapolis and I waited for the Flix bus, which is like a bus to Washington. And it never arrived. So I'm like, okay, I can still take Amtrak. Maybe they fixed it. So I looked at their site. Everything seemed to be fine. Fine, I tell you. But I got into the Uber to go to the station, and about halfway through, I get a text saying, oops, the lines are down again. And there's probably a cow there somewhere. Okay, the cow is fictional, but the lines were down. They said, your train's been canceled, And we're all just going to go home and take a nap because, frankly, this has been too much for us. So I had to call my friend and say, like, I guess for some reason God or Mercury or my late Aunt Thelma didn't want me to go to Washington. And I didn't wind up going. So I sent Elizabeth flowers today, though. So that's my Mercury retrograde story. So usually Mercury retrograde it's minor, but the last 2 times it's come around for me, it's been like the planet Mercury has knocked on my door. I've very kindly let it in, give it a big cup of coffee, and it looks around, says, "Nice place you have here," and takes a big poop on my rug. Not literally, that would be weird, but just about. Okay, we're going to do the psychic tarot weather. The psychic tarot weather is where I draw 3 cards without picking them beforehand, because that would be cheating. And it just happens to work this way. If you're listening or watching or just passing through a room where this is on the TV, and shame on you, should be sitting down and watching it with full attention and possibly popcorn. But if you can hear this, it applies to you. It's kind of psychic weather. It's like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. Okay, but the first card, oh dear. The Fool card. This does not mean you're a fool. The Fool card, and I'm using the Crow deck because my cleaning people threw out all of my 500 tarot cards because they're very, very born again. I could have told them in prophets are mentioned in the Bible in both the Old and the New Testaments, but I don't think they could have heard it because they don't speak English. Anyway, so I was a little peeved. This card, the Fool card, is about, it's a guy, can you see it? It's a guy sort of stepping off a cliff. Oh, this is a Crow deck, so he's not there at all. I'm sorry, let me take a deep breath and focus. Thank you. Been a bit of a crazy day. Okay, the Fool card is in the Rider-Waite deck, which is the deck you're used to seeing. It's a guy cheerfully stepping off a precipice, and he's got like a little bindle stiff, which, you know, that stick with like a little hobo bag tied at the end. That's called a bindle stiff. I'm the only person who knows that, I think. But now you do too. And he's got a little dog yapping at his side, and he's a major arcana card. His number is 0, and that's because he's the poor schmuck all the other cards happen to. But when you get this card, it usually means, a good card, you're starting a new journey. You're taking a step up in your frequency in your life, if you're not a radio, in your life, and you're sort of throwing caution to the winds. I hope not too much to the winds, but to the winds-ish. And you're starting just a new step up in a new journey. And it feels accurate for what's going on in the zeitgeist, German word for spirit of the world, what's going on right now. So, okay, what's the next card? Oh, look at this. Hermit card. Hermit card is interesting because it's not about being a hermit, although you're welcome to. But what the Hermit card is actually about is following your own truth and authenticity, no matter what. The reason he's a hermit is because authenticity doesn't always make you popular. People, because it makes you a little unpredictable. This is the reason actors don't like to share a stage with a child or an animal. If you didn't know that, actors don't. Because the child and the animal are always reacting from their own truth. And it's a lot more interesting and surprising and compelling than an actor who's just learned his lines and is saying those, unless he's a really good actor. The reason I say this is because when you live in your authenticity and you always speak your truth, it makes you a little unpredictable. And people sometimes don't like that. People like people that they can just put into a category and kind of forget about. But that's never going to be you. Never going to be me either. Woo! Okay. And then the last card. Oh, wow. I like this card. The Queen of Wands. Oops. Hold on a second. Queen of Wands card is usually, if it's a person, it's an Aries, Sagittarius, or Leo. woman or man, and it's Aries season. So happy birthday to all my Aries friends. Elizabeth Grace, Jennifer Bonner, and all my friends who are Aries. You guys are great and I love you. Okay. So the Queen of Wands is that kind of energy. Aries women are very truthful. They can be very outgoing. They're always fun. So the Queen of Wands is either that, or you're activating a part of yourself, which is proactive, fiery, outgoing, sexy as hell. And that's what I feel. I feel like you're activating because it's Aries season right now. Either that or you're going to encounter a woman who has these qualities and she's going to add greatly to your life. Woo! Okay. Feel free to call in. By the way, I'm staring at my phone like a lovesick teenager, waiting for the call. I'm sorry, dear, what'd you say? Oh, Gina.
Hi.
That's my producer, Dave. Dave forgot to put the name of the next caller up on the screen. Dave. But, no, you didn't. I'm sure you didn't. But her name is Gina, and I can't wait to talk to her. Hi, Gina.
Hi.
Hello, sweetie. What a nice voice you have. So I like to connect people through their birthdays. When's your birthday?
March 20th, 19.
Oh, awesome.
Well, I won't say the year, but yeah.
I didn't hear the year, so you're ageless as far as I'm concerned. My birthday was the 18th. Happy birthday. So
Happy
you're the last
birthday.
day of Pisces, or else the first day of Aries. Do you identify as a Pisces or an Aries?
I go as Pisces.
You and I are in the last 10 days of Pisces are the Scorpio decadent. So we tend to be kind of Scorpio-ish. us Pisces in the last week there, which means we're strong-minded. We're still Pisces, so we're dreamy and ethereal and write good poetry and forget to do things. But we've also got that Scorpio intensity, which I can already tell you do. How can I help you?
I was just seeing if, I don't know, maybe my son comes through or just any general reading.
Okay. It feels like you've lost, I'm very sorry to say this, it feels like you've lost a couple people in the last 2 years. I mean, they died. It's not like they're behind the couch cushions. Is that true?
Yeah, it's been more like the past 5 years, actually, but it's just, yeah.
Okay. So we can either get in touch with one of them, or I can give you a general reading about your life, your love, your career, your dog, whatever. Pick one.
Yeah, general love.
Okay, great. Okay, hold on. Where are you calling from, by the way? What state?
Denver, Colorado.
Oh, nice. I love Denver. I went to Sterling, Colorado and saw the sugar beet factory. I was 8. Who knows why? I'll just tell you that. You're just the kind of person people tell things to. Okay, let me see what I'm getting. You know, I think you think you're in love or infatuated. But what you are is looking for a really compelling distraction. You're not in a relationship right now, are you?
It's complicated.
If it's complicated, it's not a relationship.
Right.
I'm sorry I'm old. And I've been around the block, and it was a big block. So unless the person you're with is making you know that you're wanted and appreciated and cherished and given chocolate and flowers to, I'd say skedaddle. I think this is what I was picking up, that I don't think this is a person for you. I'm sorry to be so blunt, but somebody awesome is coming along later. I mean, stay with this person if you want, but somebody awesome is coming along who will treat you like the goddess you are. And I don't know, do you mind if I ask, man, woman, other? Who's the person you're interested in this sort of relationship with?
Man.
Okay. Man. Sometimes I wish I wasn't heterosexual. Drives me crazy. Because that means I have to deal with men, the little deers. I love them, but it's like they take that 7 inches out of their brain and put it down. Anyway, okay.
I have been saying that, I'm just done with men in the past, 3-4 weeks. I've been just saying,
you're just straight. There's nothing we can do about it. So we might as well face it. And, men have many great qualities. Yeah, sometimes. So this guy, is he very cute? Is he hella attractive?
I guess.
What?
In my eyes, I guess he's all right.
I feel like you're attracted to him for reasons that, I can't criticize anybody for dating a guy because he's really good looking, because I'm actually very shallow. But you're not shallow, but there's some way in which you're sort of mesmerized by him. But I don't think you're in love with him. I think you have to trust somebody more than you trust him in order to be in love. But I think he's good target practice.
Yeah.
I don't mean that literally. Sorry. This is a psychic show. True crime is on later. But I just think that there's somebody who really appreciates you. And oddly, I think you're going to meet them at a place you don't usually go to, scope out hot guys. I don't know if you go to church. Fine if you do, fine if you don't. It's like some sort of gathering where the emphasis is on spiritual. So it could be pagan, could be church, could be synagogue, could be human sacrifice. Oh no, that's not till Friday. Sorry. Oops, did I say that outside of my head? That's where you're going to meet the next person, I say. Some sort of gathering. Or maybe by spirits, I mean a bar. No, I think it's actually what I said before. Are you kind of tall? Or is it
no.
What?
No.
Okay. Do you like tall guys? I'm just getting a tall guy. You don't have to be tall.
I haven't really dated tall men, but I have been talking to somebody that is tall.
I see a tall guy in your future. I'm 5'10". I just assume everybody's my height. Killed petite. Yeah, so that's what I'm seeing. I don't know. And I don't mean to well, of course I do mean, because I'm doing it, but I don't want to take responsibility for it. I'm not trying to diss your guy. I think he's got many good qualities. I just don't think he's deep enough for you. That's all. Maybe I'm wrong, but somebody's coming along in July anyway. So, does that answer your question?
I mean, I've just been feeling that same way, this guy is not the one for me. It's kind of just a thing for now, but yeah, I think that was pretty all right.
What's that saying? People are in our life for a reason, a season, or a lifetime? Or sometimes just overnight. That's fine too. Sorry. I'm definitely goofy today. Also, I don't think because you're very attractive, so there haven't been long periods of time where you kind of been by yourself. Might be fun to do that for a month and a half. This other guy's showing up, I think July at the latest. So, take a little time off. Learn to crochet or whatever it is people do as hobbies. Actually, you're quite artistic. It would be good for you to do something artistic as a hobby. I like you. You're fun. I guess that's, there's somebody from the past, and they'll let you go. You're still not completely over. Sorry, I don't know why my timer keeps going off. Oh, no, where'd you go? Hold on. Whoops, sorry about that. Somebody from the past you're not completely over. You're kind of carrying them and a little chamber of your heart. Is that correct? I don't think you think about her all the time. What?
I actually am friends with my ex, and I do like take him places and help him when he needs help, or vice versa. But he's just a friend. It's not like anything serious more than that because we were together for so long. You know, it's just he's still my friend.
Oh, that's great. You're very mature. I guess that's what I meant. Because that kind of connection is what I want for you. Because he saw you. I mean, he got you. I want somebody who gets you. I don't think this guy does. So, okay. I guess that's about it. You've also got some money coming in. It looks like August. Where would that be coming from? I don't know. Let me know when that happens. But I am getting that.
Yeah.
And also, I would try to get a job. Are you looking for a new job? And then I'll jump off because I've got somebody waiting, but I really like you.
Kind of. Yeah, kind of I am, yeah.
Yeah. The job you're at's not, I mean, it's fine. I'm all for jobs. But either get a side hustle or look for a job that kind of pays better or gives you more of a challenge or is more satisfying. Because you've got a lot of talents. You're a little wasted at this job. But if you don't feel it's wise to leave, figure out a side hustle. You got a lot of talents. You're very cool. Did I mention that?
Thank you. Yeah, I know.
Right,
you're awesome.
What, dear?
Thank you so much. You're awesome.
Oh, you're awesome too. Bye, sweetie. Take care. It's great meeting you.
Okay, have a good night. Thank you. Nice meeting you too.
Cool. Come back next week. Thanks. I love my callers. I get the best people. The best. They're always great, except for a guy a couple weeks ago. But it's never him. And then somebody about 6 months ago, but she was drunk. Okay. I'm going to sit here and stare at my phone like a lovesick teenager waiting for your call. Meanwhile, can I tell you? If you are feeling kind of off on Saturday, Sunday, there was a big eclipse. And it affected, is it Aries and Libra, I think. Aries and Libra. So if you were walking around feeling like, I don't know, your head was caught in a blender or something, that's why. Or maybe your head was caught in a blender, but I'm going with the eclipse. It's still new moon energy. Oh, do we have somebody else?
8 is not a...
Oh, okay. So new moon energy, which we have right now, is really good for starting projects, thinking bigger, taking kind of not huge risks. I mean, don't go skydiving because really, why would anybody do that? Why jump out of a plane? Life is scary enough. But take some small risks. Maybe tell somebody you really like that you like them. Maybe send out that short story to a magazine if you're a writer. If you're an artist, go approach your local gallery or restaurant, see if they want to hang and sell your paintings. You get the idea here. So it's a really good time to take some risks. It's Aries season, and Aries is a fire sign. Yes, my shoulder is on fire. And during Aries season, it's a really good idea to start things. So everything from the Fool card we got in the Psychic Tarot, whether before, from the to the actual fire behind me, to us being in Aries, a lot of fire going on, a lot of starts. Aries is... I'm sorry, I keep hearing a noise. Oh, okay. Apparently we've somebody named Stephanie, whose name didn't appear on the screen, Dave. But hi, Stephanie. Where are you calling from?
Hello. Royalton, Illinois.
Oh, cool. I love Illinois. I used to live there. And do you spell your name with an F or PH?
PH. I talked to you last week, I believe.
Oh my God, Stephanie. Yeah.
Yeah.
How are you, darling?
I'm doing all right. I'm fighting the tornadoes. We're having very bad weather here.
Oh yeah? Is it oh golly.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. What do you get? We had tornadoes here a couple weeks ago. Dun, 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 dun. I'll get you, my pretty, and your little dog too. Okay, I'm done. Tell me your birthday again, love.
It is October 31st of 1981. Halloween, baby.
You're just a baby. Hi, sweetie. I love Scorpios.
Hi.
Us Pisces. I've got a PhD in Scorpios. Woo! How can I help you this week? I don't think I've ever gotten this in person twice. I'm so glad it was you.
Well, this week I might have landed a good job, and then I'm hoping maybe we can just see something general, something to look up in the future to come soon.
I'm having a little. Hold on, I usually have captions. I'm having a little hard time hearing you. I don't know what. Oh, captions. There we go. There. Yay. Okay, let's try that again. Just again because I'm old and deaf. So, did you say you're getting a job?
Yes, I think I landed an online stay-at-home job, and it sounds pretty good, and I'm hoping it's the best thing for my future. Get me out some debt.
Are we sure it's legit? I get a little scared about online jobs. It's legit. I just checked. It's okay. I think you'll have this for about 6 to 9 months, and then something you really like is going to come along. But I think this is fine for the time being. And they're paying you, right?
$25 an hour.
Damn, girl.
I know.
Cool. Send me some money. Sorry. Someday that's going to work.
I will. I will pay it forward.
How can I help you, my darling? We got 1 minute. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to tell you quickly what I'm getting for you. Your love life is about to change. I think it's in a really good way. The new job is going to work out. There's going to be a bump in the road about 2 weeks from now. Just hear my voice saying it's temporary and keep going. Be a little careful. I see you tripping and maybe spraining your left ankle, so walk carefully so that doesn't happen. Something really interesting is happening in your love life. What is it? I'll tell you what. If you can get in touch with me, my name is Perry Lyons, Perilyons, on Facebook. Get in touch with me and I'll send you the rest of what I'm getting. I'm sorry I couldn't give you enough time, but I'm so happy to hear your voice. I do want to make a quick announcement, which is that Time Out magazine named the 5 best psychics in New York states, and I was one of them. So I just want to share that with you, Stephanie, because you're really supportive, and I think you're great. In fact, I think you're all great, and that color looks wonderful on you. Stephanie, get in touch with me, and I'll give you a few minutes on me, okay?
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to Eleanor Grace and my Psychic Destiny show here on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. So how lucky we are to have our broadcasters go across the world to really showcase psychic talent and ability, and to be able to connect to you and to do some free readings as well. So welcome to the show. I'm going to be using Victorian cards again here tonight. They're so popular. I say tonight because it's 7 p.m. in London in the United Kingdom, which is marvelous. So here we have the cards. You can see as well that you have lots of Victorian pictures, so they really do make a difference. It just gets right to the heart of the matter. And to complement my Victorian cards here tonight, today, I know it's the morning and the afternoon over there in the USA. So here we go. I'm using as well my amethyst crystal. I'll bring it straight into shot there. And you can see that we're looking at all of those wonderful hues, aren't we? Those violet shades. The amethyst is a traditional healing stone, gemstone. And this is a pure rock crystal. So I'll be bringing the amethyst as well into view here during your readings, and that's very important because we can look at some of those elements that are around you that are so very, very special. So let's have a look at some of the cards, angel cards as well. These are oracle cards. These are really nice, and I like to use these just to give you a message, I suppose, at the end of each of your readings, and these show a lot of intent. For example, you can get really great images like this one, which show abundance to come into your life. So that's really a connection card. As well as the angel cards, we also have a pendulum here, and just my microphone there. The pendulum is rose quartz. This one is particularly good in really answering a question. So if anybody comes through tonight with a particular question, we're not going to send you into a trance, don't worry, but we are going to use the pendulum, which can drop just really nicely here onto a card and bring you some very, very powerful connections and answers to your questions as well. So, how many of you have been meditating recently? Because meditation is really important to help quieten your mind in psychic development and also in wanting to manifest some of your wishes and dreams, making things come true for you. And we will be talking about this over the next few weeks as well, particularly as we're going into May. And we've got a busting month in May with different presenters here on A1R. But also I will be promoting my email readings, which are particularly for America. So we're through to Deborah now. Hello there, Deborah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can. Loud and clear. That's what we say, isn't it, on the show?
Okay. I don't get the best service.
Pardon? You don't get the best service, no?
Yeah, well, I'm in the mountains, so it's...
Are you? Oh, wow.
Wonderful.
Oh, wow.
But as long as you can hear me.
Yes, I can. I'm sure that the mountains are amazing and wonderful. I'm on the outskirts of London. We don't have any mountains here, so no, definitely not. Let me just shuffle some of your cards here, Deborah. And
thank you.
I'm shuffling now while I'm connecting to you and connecting to your voice. So just say stop when you feel ready, please.
Yes, I'm ready.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay. Let's just cut the cards. What's your favourite section? Go for 1, 2, or 3. Let's have a look. 1, 2, or 3, Deborah?
2.
Okay, right down the middle. I like that. Okay, well, yes, this is a picture of you in the mountains. Here you are. There's your card. It shows you sort of with lots and lots of greenery around you, and also a sense of isolation as well, where you're wanting to reflect back on your life and think about things that are going forward into the future. But you're not alone. There's lots of people that think you're great. You are very popular. I can see that here. And you have youngsters around you as well. So I would expect that you'll be having a celebration quite soon with some young people, maybe young family members, your own family members as well. And you will be reaching for a new proposition. That's what I have for you. It's as though you're really wanting to strive out now and create something very, very special for yourself. And that, I think, gives you a sense of pride in yourself and also some activity. So I think a project is very much in front of you. And I think you do need to actually do something. I think there's a need that you have. It's not work. It's not day-to-day stuff. This is making your mark, really being able to understand what your place is in the world, what your role has been here on this earth and what it continues to be. So I feel that that's very powerful inside you, that you've got passion in your heart here, Deborah, and that you really want to try to make a difference. Is that true? Is that how you feel?
Yes, actually it is. I'm also waiting on a job offer that I've been waiting for a couple of weeks.
Oh,
so I've had that on my mind. So I'm hoping that comes through for me.
Well, I think this is part of the reflection and waiting and, coming to a conclusion as well as to where you're going next. It's a difficult one, isn't it, when you're sort of up in the air, just waiting for news, and yet you've got the Ace of Pentacles here. This is about usually a job offer with money attached to it, resources, earned income. So I certainly feel that you've got a new beginning. I feel good as well. Yeah, I think that you've been a bit disappointed in the past with previous efforts, and I can see that you have made. Yeah, it's like sometimes it just doesn't fit. And what I've noticed, particularly since the pandemic, is that employers are reaching out there and saying that these wonderful jobs are on offer, and then none of them are coming to fruition. And I think that's what your experience has been. I don't think it's been you, Deborah. I feel that it's been the society or the system sort of not really wishing to commit to employ people, but perhaps actually getting an awful lot of information via the interviews. It seems to be what's happening here in the UK. I don't know whether it's the same.
Do you see the job coming through for me?
Yeah, I do. You've got the Ace of Pentacles. So let's have a look at when you will hear. I think that's important. You've got the High Priestess as well. The High Priestess is really bringing in competition for you. There must have been quite a few people going for this, but then you've got choices as well. You've got the Lovers there with choices. So I do feel that you'll be offered either the job that you have applied for or an alternative, something very, very similar. Yeah, it will be there. I think you're going to be hearing in one day or within 1 week, because you've got the Ace, which is always one card, one day, 1 week. It's the first one.
May I ask you a question?
Yeah, you can do, of course.
Do you by any chance see anything regarding my youngest son?
Yes, I do. Is he in a partnership? Here he is. Is he in a partnership here?
No, he's in the military.
Because I've got a girl right next to him. Somebody who's special, somebody who's connected to, and really does actually bring in a great deal of pleasure to him. He's fine, your youngest son. Does he like music a lot? Is he quite talented with music, or is it just him playing music? Because I do have him.
He loves to listen to music.
Yeah, it's soothing for him. But I do have him being very canny, looking all around him, being very able, I think, as well, to focus on exactly what's in front of him. He doesn't worry too much. Perhaps you're the one that does the worrying for him, Deborah.
Exactly.
And of course you will.
There's a possibility he might have to have surgery on his ankle. We'll know more in 6 weeks with more physical therapy. So his attitude is what it is, and I worry. Yeah.
I don't think he will have surgery.
My gut feeling is telling me he's not going to need surgery.
No, I don't think he will. I don't have the knife around him or doctors around him. I think he will be cared for. And manipulation with physiotherapy is going to work wonders for him. But you'll see him quite soon, I think. The next few months, he'll be there with you. Yeah. Thank you for coming in onto the show, Deborah. It's been wonderful speaking to you. And I wish you all the best with your project. Don't forget to concentrate, not reflect too much back onto the past, but think about yourself, your future, your plans. You need to do something. Yeah? Good luck with the job. Okay, I'm going over now to Stephanie. Hello. Is it Stephanie who's on the line?
Yes, it is. Hi.
Hello. Hi. You're through to me, Eleanor Grace. I'm just going to have a look now into your cards too. And I will also be using this pendulum here, which is rose quartz. I'm just going to show it to you there. You can see that in shot. Now, I like to use this really, really important method of divination, because with the rose quartz pendulum, it also brings in those amethyst lights. It will bring in connections for you that I think are important. Because this is rose quartz, and because I've picked this up straight away, I want to go to your heart here, to your emotions, to relationships, and also to your heartfelt wishes and dreams. Because, Stephanie, I feel as though there's a big leap forward for you. There's a huge jump into your future, which is very special, something that you've been waiting for, perhaps angling for some time. And now it's your chance, I think, this year to really take that next step. I think the last few years have been all about preparation that is bringing you to this time. So be very much aware that you're really able to go forward onto the next phase. Do you feel like that, Stephanie? Do you feel as though there's momentous change around you at the moment?
I feel somewhat things have changed around me. Yes.
This is what is going to happen, not what already has happened. I feel that the process has only just started. So let's have a look here in your cards. Yeah, you've got the Hierophant here. So this is bringing in activities out in the big wide world. So it's being very social and networking, meeting new people, bringing in new chances for yourself, and also creating opportunities. So this is coming from within you, and that's what I feel is going to resonate for the rest of the year. The disappointments that I've got behind you have really just prepared you for this time. Yeah, I do see here as well, emotions are playing a big part in your decision-making process at the moment. I don't see a great deal of contentment in your life. I feel as though you need something new and something quite massive to allow you to be happy. So happiness is what you are seeking. Is that true? Are you really feeling as though you're not, completely at one with your life as it is at the moment? Because I've got so many new factions that are coming in. There's new love here for you. There's new opportunities within family and family matters not really having been settled. So there's an unsettled picture there. I have a sense of loss with you as well, that you're missing somebody very deeply. This could be a soul in spirit that I feel is coming through with you, because I've got a protective angelic realm that is all around you, wanting to wrap you up and give you that tender loving care. So lots of TLC, and you've got the number 5 here, which is all around you as well, Stephanie, and the number 5 just protects you and gives you a sense of being able to go forward and trusting in yourself and in your pathway, in what is there for you, which is really marvelous. And you should take the most opportunity that you can. Okay, I'm looking here at the soul in spirit. This is a male that I've got coming in, a man who wants to reach out to you, wants to let you know that he's there and he's safe. So is your father in spirit or a grandfather? This is a male line that is around you, and I can see him up there, and we're here, and we're going to just meet in the middle now and make that connection. So is there a male?
Grandfather.
Is it?
Grandfather.
Yeah, okay. And did he pass within the last year? Is it fairly recent?
No.
Okay.
A brother that parted within a few years ago.
It's your brother then. It will be. It's a male line, male around you. Okay. Well, your brother is here, and I want him to connect to you. He's trying very hard to bring some peace around you.
Does he give a name? I have 2 brothers that passed away, one a year apart.
Who was the most recent? Was that in the last year? That's the person.
2 years in 2019. 2019 was my one brother that passed, and then in 18, another brother had passed before that.
Okay, so two together. I'm getting the initial B and also an L here, that's written sort of in the sand. So those 2 initials are important to you. I think the brother that I have is somebody who is the most recently passed, and he's reaching out to you and sort of climbing over things, to scramble to get to you. I feel as though he's very much an action man. He was, really quite forceful in his life and liked to be very vocal as well, and physical, sort of very fit and physical, climbing over hedges and fences and being able to really make the most of his life. He lived a very full life, and he's now saying to you that his opportunities to reach you have finally made it. He's tried to contact you before, and he will come through into your dreams. Now, do you have a boy? Do you have a son of your own?
No.
Do you have any children? Because there's a boy here.
I do. Yes, I do.
Okay. Well, there's a boy around you, and that's what his message is, that there is a boy. Did he leave a son? Is that what's happened?
Yes, he has an adult son.
An adult son. Okay. That's what his message is, Deborah. Sorry, not Deborah. I just feel that this is a message for you to either watch out. Yeah, it's Stephanie. Either watch out for his son, because his son just needs to have some confirmation. Maybe you can pass a message to him, yeah, and just say that he was here, and wanted to make absolutely sure that you listened to him. Now I'm going to take an angel card here for you. So your relationship, I just want to go back to you, your relationship area, because this is what's come up with the rose quartz crystal. Even though you've got the sense of lost males around you in spirit, I think you perhaps need a different platform to be able to really connect, because they're all coming through for you, and you need to know that angels are protecting you. So whatever it is that you've been through, it's not going to reoccur, certainly not this year. Now you have improving health that is coming through from those angelic realms. So if you can see the card here, you will see as well that angels are bringing this oracle message to you. And you've got to ask for help from others as well. This is another angelic card that you're being given. Now, when you've got these messages that are so clear, it really does say to you, look, I've got to do it. I've got to really make those improvements myself. And you need to communicate very, very clearly as well. And this is the angel card, messenger card of communication. And you will be feeling bright. You'll be feeling very beautiful inside. And do you feel that you haven't got that for some reason here, Stephanie? Do you feel as though you haven't got that sense of really feeling wonderful about yourself? Is that what you're suffering from, particularly with your health?
I can't validate. No, I can't say that.
So you don't you feel as though you really need to shine on your own level, in your own way? Because this is...
Of course, yes. Of course.
And that's what I'm seeing in your heart, that you've got to allow yourself that ability to shine. Everything is improving for you, particularly in relationships. So love is coming in to your life in abundance. And I do feel that that is an area that you need to concentrate on, to make sure that you're happy, and to make sure as well that you're in control and you're in charge. Finally, now, let me just take you another card here. This is from the Victorian Tarot. This is you. This is really quite funny here, because we are looking at how abundant your life will be. So are you actually considering to him, and just say that he was here, and wanted to make absolutely sure that you listened to him. Now I'm going to take an angel card here for you. So your relationship, I just want to go back to you at how abundant your life will be. So are you, that's what we all have.
Yeah.
Again, with this card here, you've got your hands tied at the moment. So you're quite restricted, I feel, here with what you can do, with what you can achieve. That's not your fault. It's just because of what's available and your circumstances and externally where you're trying to promote yourself. However, you will succeed. There is success here, and you're also being wined and dined. So you're going out into society, into your community, and you do have a lot to offer. Are you in a happy relationship? Because I feel as though you've got somebody new around you and producing lots of very positive energies, laughter, there's music.
I've been married. I've been with my husband for 24 years.
So are you in a new phase then? Because it's whining and dining here. You're going out, you're laughing, you're joking. There's a lot more love around, there's a lot more passion connected to your relationship. So I think you're going to go for an uplift because the cards will indicate that. And it's all about new opportunities and new beginnings for you. And remember that healing sense that you need to have where both of you most probably are going through this wind of change, this cycle of change, and there's something that will energize both of you to allow you to really feel that happiness that you need. In abundance. So there's a lot more exciting things. That's really good news and the best news that you can have as well. I feel also there is a sort of soul connection here with you, and that you will be looking at developing your own ability to connect psychically and also within a mediumship level, a psychic development level. You're quite intuitive here. You've got good senses. You judge people very well, and you can communicate very much more positively if you are more confident about what you're seeing and hearing. So continue now with developing those psychic senses, because I think there's a lot there for you. So there we have it, Stephanie. It's been
wonderful. Ask a question?
Very quickly, we're coming to the end of the show. What's your question?
Okay, I would like to find out about my home. I mean, if there is an issue with my home, I want to make sure to know if you see me keeping my home. What do you see going on?
All right, let's have a look. Well, there's authorities here that have the last say, the Emperor. So I feel that it's a tough situation. It's a legal situation as well. You've drawn justice, but hey, there's going to be a judgment in your favor. Best of luck with that. And thank you. That's my pleasure. Thank you for joining me here on A1R Psychic Radio, Moonstruck TV. I will see you exactly at the same time next week. Have a great week, won't you? Bye for now. See you then.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Welcome Your Woo with psychic Sarah Jane. Live from SarahJanePatton.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Welcome Your Woo on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Well, hello, and welcome you guys to another episode of Welcome Your Woo with Psychic Sarah Jane. I'm super excited to be here today. Oh my goodness, here we are, like midway through April. How is that even possible? You guys, this is a very exciting time of the year for me. I get super excited when we move into this like spring energy where we're starting to see all the trees bloom. All the flowers are popping up. If you have tulips around you, perhaps you're seeing them, maybe cherry blossom trees. The dogwoods around here in Missouri definitely blooming. So red buds as well. So check them out. But you guys, let's just talk about this for a minute. Let's talk about this energy that we've been in. You know, we had the spring equinox a couple of weeks ago. And I have been showing up for the last couple of weeks talking to you guys specifically about, you know, planting our seeds, that this is more of like the cosmic new year as we enter into this time of spring, as we've just come out of the winter, you know, the womb, the darkness, all of the light is now coming in to spread our seeds that we're planting so we can manifest and harvest these things in the fall. But when we think about this energy and we think about what we want to create in our lives, this is the time to start being clear on our vision. So we've been talking the last couple of weeks about like the things that we were letting go of. And if you were in any of the energy of the full moon over the weekend, this was a good time to purge and let go. Maybe the spring cleaning, getting rid of those clothes that don't fit anymore, cleaning the inbox out. Perhaps it's letting go of some relationships as well. But we let go of all those things so that we have that fertile soil, so it's ready and it's been tilled and it's ready to have those seeds planted. And now we plant those seeds. So it's time to plant them. And that's the energy we're moving into now. We've been preparing the garden and now it's ready for those seeds to be planted. And so what do you want to put in your garden? What do you want to create? And that's the energy that I'm coming in to today with, is asking, what is your vision? What do you want to do for the rest of this year? What do you want to create in your life? And so this is the time to start writing out your intentions. And the thing that I like to tell everyone, the key to manifesting is not just setting the intention, but then taking inspired action followed by that intention. So what do you want to create? And then what action will you take to support your desire to create that? So the universe acknowledges your energy and motion when it sees that you have the intention, and then you say, I'm going to take this step as my inspired action, and then you actually do it. It's an activator to your manifestation. You're activating and signaling to the universe that your desire is truly there, and you're taking the action towards having it. This is where we let go of the how. We don't have to know the how. Even if the step we're taking doesn't make sense to the desired outcome, the universe doesn't know the difference. It just sees that you're in motion. It sees that you are doing something to support creating that manifestation and bringing that desire into your reality. So this is where your imagination is key. I talk about this all the time, how important it is to use your imagination when you want to create the life that you want. That's how we are deliberate creators, is by using your imagination as one of the strongest tools in your toolbox to support what your vision looks like. So can you go into your mind? I like to do this, you guys. I do it daily. Just part of my self-care practice. I sit daily for 8 minutes with my eyes closed, envisioning my dreams, imagining what they look like, imagining myself taking the inspired action towards them, imagining the energy and the emotion that I will experience when it happens as if it's already happened. Imagine it like it's a movie screen playing out and it's already played out. So I love talking about all things manifestation, how to bring those things into your reality, how to bring the deepest desires of your life. Did you know that your desires, the rockets of desire that you receive come from spirit? Like, we receive those rockets of desire because there is some type of connection and knowing from our higher self to our human self that knows that that's something that we are capable of, that we would enjoy having, that the experience of the journey to get there will be something that we're meant to have. So they're not just random desires or random thoughts. They're rockets of desires because they're meant for you to have them and experience the joy and the journey as they manifest. So let's just pull some cards really quick for the collective before we take some calls. And just see what the cards have to say in regards to kind of the information that I've just been channeling here today around your vision. And I like to create a vision board, but I'm very intentional with it. I do it a little differently than a lot of people. I will be doing this over in my private membership. So definitely want to check out the spaces where you can catch me in doing this. But I like to create the vision board, but I do it a little bit differently by setting intentions clearly before we actually start putting and placing things. And I'm clear about our categories. I'm clear about the inspired action we'll take when we follow it up. I actually will make a border around the board so that it is an actual container. So you definitely want to come check me out and how I create the vision board. But let's just see what the cards have to say for the collective based on what I have just shared with you guys. All right. Okay, so the first card we have is freedom. Live wild and free, choose your freedom, claim your independence. We get to do that through deliberate creation. When we are intentional with what we're bringing into our lives, that is where we get to experience the most freedom. The freedom will just be a part of the process because we stop trying to, what I like to call, micromanage the universe or manipulate the universe, or we're not manifesting out of a state of lack or fear or scarcity. Those are not sustainable. We want to manifest from a state of joy, fun, pleasure, play, and curiosity. The next card we have is leadership. Step into your leadership, share your message, inspire and empower others. This is all about leading ourselves first. We have to lead ourselves first before we can lead others. Okay, so in what ways do you need to start leading yourself, and how can you begin really focusing on the things and the steps that you need to take towards your desired outcomes, your dreams, the things that you want? Next we have the nature card, which is so important right now. You guys have been talking about how important it is to ground our energy, but it says ground yourself, find a sanctuary in nature, connect with the elements. And this is a reminder that as we are manifesting, as we are planting those seeds, as we are, thinking about that soil, it is the fertile ground that we are also grounding into that energy, right? We're connected to all of it. So don't forget to make sure that you're just really grounding into your energy, using your daily practices for your spiritual hygiene to just be that clear path so you can be a clear channel, be a clear knowing for the things that are coming through. And then we have the goddess card, which is just really fun because I have been talking about how this is my goddess era, and I've been having so much fun being in the energy of my goddess era. And I want to welcome everyone into this space because it's really fun to honor your divine feminine energy, see your inner beauty, and love every part of you. We have to romance ourselves. So when you're thinking of your vision and you're thinking about what you want to create, in what ways are you thinking of yourself first? Like, what can you create for yourself? What self-care practices do you need to do so that you can be in that goddess energy? When you're in your goddess feminine energy, that is when you will manifest with joy and ease and through flow. So great cards to kind of wrap up, just the vision that we have for this next coming months ahead. What do we want to create over the rest of spring and summer? What do we want to harvest in the fall? What do we want to manifest and bring to fruition? So this is your life and you get to do it. So let's just go ahead and jump right on into taking our first caller today. It looks like we have Alyssa in Brooklyn, New York, joining us today.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How are you, Alyssa? Thanks for joining us.
I'm fine. Thank you for asking.
So I am just doing some general card pulls over our like vision and what we want to manifest in the coming months. I'm happy to do that for you. Or if you have a specific question and you would like to ask, I'm happy to tap into that as well.
I guess let's see what the general pool has.
Okay. All right. We'll see what the messages are for you. I'm just shuffling the deck because that was taking a sec.
Okay.
We're waiting for cards to come out. Okay. So the first card you have is the anger card. It says, safely express your anger, use anger as a positive force, honor all of your emotions as sacred. So I don't know if there's been underlying anger or perhaps there might be something on the horizon where this may be showing up, but it's just a reminder that anger is not wrong. Anger is just an indicator of an underlying emotion. It's there to show us that there's something else that needs to be discovered or looked at. And I always talk about how we have been taught and programmed to not really express our anger in a sacred way. So I talk about sacred rage frequently and how we can actually go express that in a way that allows us to get it out, because really it's just our emotion that's pent up and it needs to be released. So I always say that our emotions are energy in motion. And the anger is just needing to be acknowledged so it can discover what's under it and be released. So if there's a way that you can express your anger, if you have it coming up, or if there is something coming down the pipelines where it shows up, it's just a reminder that it's not wrong to feel it, and just allow yourself to express it in a way that doesn't hurt yourself or others, is what I always tell people. Okay. The next card you have is partnership. It says teamwork will give you better results. Find trustworthy people to partner with. Build up a talented support team. So I do feel like partnership is important for you right now, because the next card you have is friendship. So this is just letting me know partnership, friendship is really important for you, especially it will be for this summertime, the months that you're moving into. I don't know if you're going through some shifts or changes, Alyssa, but your friends and your support team will be very supportive to you as you move through whatever obstacles or challenges that you're going to face or are facing. Are you currently in some type of shift or change?
I don't believe so. No, I'm just ending off the school year is all.
Yep. So definitely be mindful of just the people coming into your places, making sure that they are the ones that you feel aligned with, ones that you want to grow and expand with. Some people are here for a season and some people are here for a lifetime. So just a reminder that not everyone will grow with you.
Right. Definitely. I took that into consideration.
Yes. So I am going to pull just a couple more cards here. If you have any questions along the way, feel free to ask.
Okay.
I'm just shuffling the deck.
Okay.
You got the abundance card. Enjoy the bounty of life. Your supply is unlimited. Blessings are coming to you. The reminder that I'm getting with this card is the abundance is available to you. Just remember to make sure your mindset stays aligned with your desires and what you want to bring in and create in your life. Because to receive the abundance, the mindset has to be aligned with believing that it's coming and that it's there and available to you.
Okay.
Shuffling. And you got the delight card. It says, count your blessings and enjoy life. Take pleasure in the simple things. Always expect the best. This going back to the mindset as well. So to think is to create. So if you have thoughts that aren't really aligning with what you desire, it's just a reminder that if you want to experience the delight and you want to have all that pleasure and the fun, then expect that good things are going to happen. If we expect that that things aren't going to work out for us, then that's the energy that we will create around it, and that's what we will experience. So if you're wanting to have more favorable outcomes, then just it's a reminder to create your desires, your expectations, believing that everything will work out and it's always going to be landing in your favor.
Okay, that definitely makes sense.
Do you have any questions you want to ask?
I don't believe so. I don't have any questions that come to mind at the moment.
Alrighty. Well, thank you so much for calling in today, Alyssa. And I look forward to connecting with you again soon. Definitely come check me out in my Facebook group. Welcome Your Woo with Psychic Sarah Jane.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye. And next up, we have Lynn in Orlando, Florida.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Lynn. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good today. Thank you for asking.
I'm glad you're doing good. So I am just doing some general pulls today. We're kind of talking about vision, the things that we are wanting to create, the seeds that we're planting. I'm happy to pull just general based on that. Or if you have specific questions you'd like to ask, we can dive into that as well.
I have one specific question for sure.
Okay.
I have a legal case at an employer and wanting to see if that is going to come to fruition here very soon.
Okay. So before I pull any cards, the first thing I'm feeling is that I do feel like it's going to work out in your favor, but it feels like it may not work out in the timeline that you're hoping for. Let's see. Do you have an attachment to the outcome?
Yeah.
Yep. So that's the first thing I'll recommend is releasing your attachment to the outcome of how it will play out. Because when we get too attached to how we think it's going to play out, hold on, your card fell on the floor to pick it up. When we get too attached to the outcome, we can really set ourselves up for some disappointment. And so there is a call for you to like release your attachment to that outcome. Like I said, I am feeling like it's going to work out in your favor, but I'm seeing that it may not play out in the same timeline that you're hoping for. And it also just like what I'm seeing, like the vision that I'm getting is like a chessboard. So it depends on what moves certain people make is what I'm being told. Does that make sense or resonate with you in any way?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Mm-hmm.
Does the chessboard resonate?
Yes, it does. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I kind of felt that when I said it.
There's many players. There's many players involved. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that makes sense then. The card that flew out while I was just shuffling and talking to you is the Priestess card, and it says, how are you being called to step up and lead? So perhaps is there an opportunity or is there a space for you where you are kind of speaking your voice and your truth in what's happening?
That will be coming up in the next few weeks, yes.
Okay, so this is just like, I think that's the important piece. Here's what I would do. This is what I'm being kind of guided to recommend for you to do, Lynn. I would imagine yourself, like play this out in your mind. Imagine yourself going in there and saying the things that you need to say, and imagine it playing out in the way that you want it to play out, but also at the same time releasing the attachment to that outcome. Does that make sense? But kind of rehearsing in your mind how you're going to show up and the things you're going to say and what you need to speak about. Because I'm hearing like you're dropping some truth bombs. Is that true?
Yes. Yes.
Yep. Your spirit team is super proud of you though for this. Like, I don't know if this was like something that took a lot of courage to speak up about, but there is this acknowledgement from your team of like just your courage to show up and your courage to speak. I'm seeing the scales, the justice scales. So I'm not sure if that's what you're attempting to accomplish here, but I am seeing like justice being served.
Good. Thank you. I'm pretty sure it would happen. I just wasn't sure. I'm ready for it to be over. Yes. And to move on.
Yep. So you also have the Unbound card. It says releasing soul patterns, contracts, and past lives. So I would do a cord cutting for this. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that or not, but like just any energetic connections or cords that you have to the case, to anyone involved with it, to the experience, this life, past lives, like just really cutting the cords to any of those attachments that could be there.
I definitely will do that because I do understand that because they've been pulling on me for a long time and I'm very sensitive. So I'm like, that's why I'm looking it over with.
So I was just getting ready to tell you the next thing was to like really focus on your protection and protecting your energy, and the protection card flew out of the deck. So you have so just some double validation here. And it just says, call back your power, cut the cords, soul retrieval.
Okay, that's very good, very good.
So I just like to call those like when spirit be spiriting moments, right? Because it's just validating. I literally just said cut the cords, and the card says cut the cords. But it's more than just cutting the cards too. Protecting, grounding your energy prior to walking into the space, even when you're thinking about it, just so you're not absorbing anything that's not yours.
Right.
That's just something to be mindful about. Let me just pull some more cards. We have some more time, so we can keep going if you're good with that.
Okay.
Let's see here. You have the Lumeria card, creating heaven on earth. It's happening. So this is about being a deliberate creator. For you specifically in this circumstance, I would say it is about, creating the desired outcome in your mind, but then releasing the attachment to it. Just validating that.
Okay. All right.
More validation. And then you also got the leap card. So you go first, the universe will catch you. So you got this is what I'm being told. You got this. What other questions do you have today?
Right after this, is there going to be a new career change, or do I start my own business? Or
so before I've even shuffled, like just intuitively what I have coming through is this isn't for you to actually answer to me, but the inquiry and the question is, what makes your heart pitter patter? And follow that. Like coming out of the head space and sinking into your heart space. Does that resonate at all?
Most assuredly, yes.
Let's see here. I'm pull some cards. Passion. So that's about really what I'm just talking about. It's validating what I'm saying. Like, what's your heart feeling? Like, what do you feel called to? What makes your heart pitter patter? I believe is what I asked you. And this says, do what excites you, get fired up about your life, increase your energy levels. So I would say that as far as a new career or doing something different, do the thing that lights you up. Do the thing that makes your heart pitter patter, the thing that is work that doesn't feel like work, right?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Have you been thinking about starting your own business?
I've had my own business in the past and then worked for a company, and now I'm getting ready to do another business. Yes.
So the next card you have is intention. Be clear and decisive. Focus on what you really want. Be bold with your request to the universe. So I'm being told that like you can manifest easily. And if you're clear in your intentions and you take the inspired action behind it, you'll have no problems creating what you desire to have.
Okay. Thank you.
I am feeling like you were meant to be your own boss is what I'm being told.
Yes.
So you have the goddess card as well. Honor your divine feminine energy. See your inner beauty. Love every part of you. So I would say approach this. How long ago did you have the last business?
It's been 2 years ago. I did it for 30 years, but it was 2 years ago I closed it.
I'm just being told you're entering into a different level of goddess energy this time, so it's going to be very different. So just have fun, allow yourself to be playful, approach it with a sense of wonder, that curiosity. The more that you can do that, the more successful and lucrative the business is going to be for you.
Okay.
Really play is what I'm being told, Lynn. Like, can you just really come out and play? Your inner child wants to play.
It needs to, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah, let her come out and have some fun. Because if you just start really like playing and getting in, like even just moving your body, doing some dance, some creative experiences, you're going to just open up to some downloads and visions of what you want to create. And if you really just be in that energy of play, success is inevitable.
Okay.
Your cards really want to go on the ground today. Hold on one second. I had to grab it. It's the dance card.
Okay.
I just said that.
In other words.
Yeah. So it says dance. Move your body to music. Dance with the rhythm of life. Manifest your dreams through dance. I literally just said those things to you.
Yes, you did. Yes. So loosen up. Mm-hmm.
I call that when spirit be spiriting, because the cards do not lie. They never lie, and they will validate us. Like they will validate what we're saying. Yes. So the last card you have here is, let's see, you've got polarity. It says integrate your shadow side. There can be no light without dark. Understand the law of polarity. So this just is a reminder that the contrast is always going to show up. The contrast is there to show us what we want versus what we don't want, right? And so, so it's just there to notice. And even I would say with the past business, like think about the things, make even a list of like what worked, what didn't work last time, so that you kind of know going into it this next time, the things that you want to take with you into the new space and the things that you don't want to take. I'm just being told it's not going to matter what you do, Lynn. Success is inevitable as long as you come from that playfulness and that fun and that dance and movement and just letting it come out. I'm going to pull from another deck just to see what the last few messages are for you. Okay, so you have take a break, a life's work, not a season, get off the treadmill. So this is just reminding you, like, if you want different results, then do something different. So we have to get off the treadmill, or I always say, get off the hamster wheel, right? We're just going over and over and over again, expecting a different result. So do something different, change that energy up. It goes back to that movement and moving the body and dancing as well. Because when you move your body in a sense of like just turning some music on and energetically saying, I'm just going to move the energy, you'll be surprised to see what comes through or the experiences that you'll have as far as like ideas or divine downloads when you move the energy.
Okay.
The next card you have is Warrior Woman. Have you answered your deepest calling? So that's just a question too, like really like for you to go inward and say, what are you being called to? It goes back to that, what makes your heart pitter patter. And then the last card you have here to close this out is Sisterhood of the Rose, Beauty and Devotion, Priestess, Mystic, and Teacher. You are a leader of other leaders, and showing up in your true authentic self is what will attract other people to you as well as to your business. So just keep showing up and being the teacher that you are for others, just in how you show up in the world.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Lynn.
Okay. I have one question. What was your name?
Sarah Jane. So we are Sarah just Jane. About to close out. Yep. You can find me on Facebook, Sarah Jane Patton.
Okay. Thank you.
Lynn.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Bye.
Have a good day. Bye.
All right, you guys, thank you so much for being here for this episode of Welcome Your Woo with Psychic Sarah Jane. I look forward to seeing you again next week. Until then, bye for now. Mwah.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Soto Tarot, exploring your intuition with Eric Soto. Live from SotoTarot.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial Dial 02-8488-3147 or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio, or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soto Tarot on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey, how is everybody doing? This is Eric Soto, also known as Soto Tarot on the internet. Basically based on my cards that I've made years ago called Soto Tarot. I'm new to this network, so that'll be an awesome thing and a great network it is, Moonstruck TV and also Ask One Radio. Thanks for having me on, and I hope that I'll be on here many weeks to come. To give you an example, I have a little story to go by. I'm not a full-time psychic, though I've done it for 30 years. I had a lot of things happen to me. I'll give you a little example before I take some callers here, but I had a dream when my mom, I was about 13, 14, and I dreamt of her funeral. So I'll keep it G-rated because this is a G-rated program, but I dreamt of my mom's funeral, and 3 years later, she did pass. Unfortunately, very early. And at that moment, that funeral came to be exactly as I saw it. That is pretty much my birthing of my psychic ability. I've looked at it, I've studied it, I've denied it. I've gone through many lengths to look other ways, but it's still there. And because of that, that's what I'll be doing here now with you, is to share that ability that I have, and I believe we all have. I'm probably the gentleman that has a regular life and still does like to dip into the tarot business and also a little bit of mediumship, though I'm still on the beginner side. So the good news is I do feel things. I'm an empath. I'm an intuitive. I do believe very much that we're here to help each other. There's a strong connection. If you've ever had that phone, some of you who know rotary phones or even the old landlines back then, you'd pick up and say, I'm going to call Aunt Susan. And you'd call Aunt Susan, and guess who'd be on the other line? Aunt Susan, and there'd be no dial tone. That's the connection we're talking about. Being quantum entangled, that's the big word, the buzzword that everybody's talking about. Quantum entanglement, what is that? It basically means that when two things are together or related, and then they're brought maybe the distance of a galaxy apart, they're still quantum entangled. I do believe there's some science mixed into some of this spirituality. I think we have antennas in us, and we do connect with each other naturally. And with all the buzzing going around with the radios and the internet and your cell phones, a lot of that gets dulled down. So I'm going to explain how I do this. The cards that I made, I love them so much, and I talk about them, and I've made them. They are not magic. They're not. I believe it's the connection that I'll have with the caller that connects. That's where the connection is going to come in. I believe a lot of it has to do with that frequency. We raise our frequencies to a certain level, and when we're at that certain level, we connect somehow. I couldn't tell you how. I'm still learning. After 30 years, I'll be the first to tell you, I don't know jack. I only know about this much of that whole universe, and I'm learning a little bit more every day. Good news is I know a lot, though, and I'm here to share a little snippets as I can as we go on and as callers come on as well. But I'm here to share my story with you. I do believe that it's not a lot of hocus pocus. I believe in a creator. I believe in a lot of spirituality, that we're connected and there's love, and we're supposed to do right when we're here. But for whatever reason, we've lost a little bit of that. So hopefully I'll stir that up a little bit and show that we are still connected in some way, fashion, or form. So I'll wait for the first caller, but when they come on again, explain that I am at sototarot.com. Real easy to understand. I love talking to my people. In 2015, I made my deck. It's still on thegamecrafter.com, and it's there for sale. That's neither here nor there. You may look and understand, I don't understand this deck. It has no words. That's neither here nor there either. My example here is to tell you that we are looking for people to speak with, right? I like to be on Facebook. You can catch me at Facebook as Soto Tarot 6. I like to be on TikTok. The whole social media thing is changing, so I'm more on Facebook than ever. But I'm one of those approachable people that I have no problem with speaking to fans or talking about physicality or tarot in general, or psychic ability or any of that sort. It looks like I have James in Hopewell. Hope I'm saying that right, James, in Pennsylvania. I've been through Pennsylvania. I'm a former truck driver, so I used to love going through Pennsylvania when I was in Pennsylvania. So, James, whenever you can come on, I don't know if I can hear you, but I will welcome you on. James, are you there?
Oh, I can. Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. How are you, sir?
I'm hanging in there, doing pretty well.
Good. So now with that whole spiel that I gave you, forgive me, I'm a Midwesterner, so I talk a little fast, and you're in Pennsylvania, so we may kind of meet in the middle there. Is there something specific you'd like to talk to? I can just pull a card. You'd be surprised. I'm one of the very first people that will just pull a card like so and talk to you and tell you what that is and explain, but you can still ask something. I have time. Queen of Cups, this is a lady that's in water, that she's bloated from the water. She's becoming, like Bruce Lee used to say, you must become one with water. One with water means that you're open to your emotions. You're open to giving your heart out. You have your heart on your sleeve. Does it sound like you, sir?
No, I keep my feelings suppressed most of the time. But yeah, no, total opposite.
Okay, well, this is the reason why. This is one thing I will tell you, that in the psychic abilities here that we have, and in the tarot world, it's not to tell you what to do and what not to do. It's a suggestion, right? A lot of times we've seen in movies, I think The Matrix is one of the favorite ones, when they say, it's not that if you're going to take that piece of candy or not. You've already taken the piece of candy. You just have to decide why you took that piece of candy. So, and this might be the opposite of, this is one of those, maybe you should be open up a little bit more. There might be a reasoning back in the past to saying, maybe I was scarred at some point. Maybe there was something that I wasn't able to connect with somebody. And because of that, I'm not so open. And that's exactly what this, in a reverse fashion, is telling me. It's the person from the cups walking away from the cups. But in reality, it's an exclamation point, meaning I'm going to return. So this is I'm more of a people person. I'm more of the real world salt of the earth. I don't really believe in that hugging and that nonsense that Eric, you just showed me that I should be maybe. I'm more of I can see it, I can believe it, and I can understand it, then it's so. But all the mushiness that goes a long way, that might not be my cup of tea. Does that sound like you?
Yes.
Okay. So now you're understanding, right? The first one tells me where we kind of are. The second one is. And again, I'm not telling you what to do, and I haven't even asked you a question. This is the connection that we're starting on. Is there something specific you'd like to ask, or is there something specific you want to talk about?
No, it's not really. I don't know. Like, something seems off lately. Like, I've been catching things in the corner of my eyes that's not there. So I don't know if something's attached to me or what's going on, you know?
Sure. This is the Hermit card. This looks like a spaceship or a person on a mountain sitting out in the space. And it's a little weird to understand, but I'm going to explain it to you. It just helps me in the psychic ability here. The Hermit card is one that wants to go and be in seclusion. There's that feeling of, if it's kind of bad, but usually animals, when they go to pass, they will go and hide. Cats are known for that. They'll hide on their own, and they won't go in front of their fur mom and fur dad. They'll pass on their own. This is something of that nature. It's that feeling of it being a major arcana tells me that I don't feel comfortable around me, right? I can't necessarily understand it. It's not something official that I can touch and feel, but it's definitely giving the EBGBs. I don't really want to be one with this. I'd rather be in seclusion for it. And that's the feeling you're probably feeling at the moment. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that's good that I say that. That's just like saying, hey, your car is red. That's great. Your car is red. But that doesn't tell you anything. So we're going to go into a little bit of you can take this or you can leave it. Now, the Ace of Swords looks like the Batman symbol, right? It's a bat up in the area. Batman in the symbol here for Ace is a potential. Anytime there's a potential, it means potential in the realm of thinking or of your mind. So I will say this, the feeling that you have may be too many thoughts. I don't know if you're one, but I bet you are. And maybe you might be in rural, but you got internet. So that tells me you're not that rural in Pennsylvania, that too much of that info knowledge, too much of the news, too much of listening to the little, what do they call it? Doom scrolling. The kids are saying right now, I'm doom scrolling and I'm just watching all this negativity about the stock market and I'm seeing all this other stuff go on. That's information overload. That's the thing you said, I don't want to be. I don't want to be that antenna and be like water and absorb all that. I want to refrain from that and not take that in. So I would suggest that might be your business. It might be where you work. It might be where you live. It might be just in your church or just the way you are with your neighbors. I would suggest to get away a little bit from that, unplug a little bit, get away from all the news. It might be, I understand, I feel like I have to be connected because I need to know what's going on. I'm telling you, give yourself 24 hours. Don't watch advertisement. Don't watch the media. Maybe watch some shows that you know don't have infomercials or commercials on them. Stream Netflix or something, but stay away from any of that mainstream stuff. And then if you can drop me a line at SotoTero6 on Facebook and say, hey, Eric, I'm feeling a little bit better. I don't feel so crowded. I don't feel like I'm getting bombarded by so much information. Does that sound fair?
Yes.
Sounds good, sir. I appreciate you calling, James. You take care, and you can definitely reach me out. Hey, drop me a line at Facebook. I friend everyone, and I'm welcome to speak things about whatever. I live in Iowa, so I'm one of those howdy guys. It's good to talk to you, sir.
It was nice talking to you. Thank you.
Yes, take care. Sometimes we just don't know, right? We sometimes are connected to things and we don't even know. We force ourselves to be on top of a cell phone. We force ourselves to be in social media. We force ourselves to be in a political stance of some sort. Today we're one way, tomorrow we're in the next. And sometimes we have no idea why we do it. And then we go home and we wonder why we have a headache. Why is my back and my shoulders, why are they hurting? Why do I feel stressed out? It's because we're just information overload. Not only are we connected in a good way to each other, we're also connected to each other in a bad way. Ever go to Walmart? I'm not dissing Walmart, but any of your big box stores and you just get the EBGBs? That's usually what it is. You're going to somewhere where everybody has to go to buy something, food, necessities, what have you. And unfortunately, while they're there, they're picking up everybody's day. They're picking up this person who lost somebody, this person who got a car accident, this person who lost their job, this person who's being cheated on. And that's all being necessarily around you. And you're feeling it and you're taking it in. Very much like that card that I showed, like that Queen of Cups, the water, the lady that looks like a balloon. She's taking it all in. Sometimes that's good. You can be an empath and you have that heart on your sleeve and the shoulder. Unfortunately, sometimes you're that antenna like her head is. And you take that in so hard that you don't even know who you are sometimes. You feel like the media that you're digesting. I have Elizabeth in Clinton Park, New York. Awesome. I have been in New York before as well. Elizabeth, are you there?
I'm here.
Very good. How are you today?
Very good. How are you?
I'm doing awesome. And I'm glad you have that lower voice to slow me down a little bit. If I talk a little fast or if I say something, just slow me down and say, hey, Eric, slow down. We're not going anywhere.
Sure.
Is there anything particular? You know a little bit about my story. We are connected, right? These are not magic cards. Sometimes I can do this without them. And sometimes you'd be surprised, like I said, with the phone call, thinking of, Aunt Susan or so, and you call each other at the exact same time. And you're like, whoa, we just called each other at the same time. How'd that happen? Because you were thinking about each other. Right. And you don't even have to know each other. We're being entangled right now based on the internet. There's so many layers right now, visually, audio, and also in the wavelength. So is there anything specific you'd like to talk about? Is there anything specific you'd like to ask? You're welcome to it.
I
can help you along. I'll tell you what, in reverse, this has to do with the Two of Cups reverse. That's the two bubbles splitting. Two bubble splitting tells me of relationships, or not necessarily always love, just because it's cups. It has to do with emotions, but it means there's a separation of feelings, something strong. I feel this way. Someone else feels that way. Is that going on in your life right now? There's a literal emotional, not necessarily, we're talking logical. It doesn't even have to be logical. It could be this person's rolling up the toothpaste this way, and I want to roll it that way. But there's a feeling of an emotional pull from someone that's close to you.
Could be my daughter.
Okay. So let's talk about your daughter. if you wish, right? It's a G-rated movie, G-rated TV show, so we'll keep it. I don't know her age, but again, in reverse state, this is the Ace of Cups, but it's reverse. We're dealing with water again. Same cups with the feeling of pulling away and also a potential. This is the cup that splashes all over the place and doesn't collect it. So means that's telling me there's emotions going around. Maybe of a teenage atmosphere, or if it's not a teenager, it feels more of adolescence or acting like a kid for out of spite. Does that sound right?
No. She's an adult.
Okay. So is this anything specifically acting out of stubbornness then? I'll use the word stubbornness then. And it could be you. I'm not saying it's her. I'm just saying there's stubbornness.
There. Disrespect.
Take your time. So here, I'll help you along. This is how we're connected. Okay. I don't even know what I do until I see the card like you see it. 3 of Cups. Okay. Again, another Cups. 3 of Cups is the 3 ladies dancing in the autumn leaves, but it's reversed. Means someone's pulling away again. But in this regard, it is about a third person or a third group. Right? This is usually friendship, it usually means, but it's when it's added to something like this, that's the friction you're having. It could be that other person. If you're saying that this has to do with respect, then it might have to do with that other person or other group, that other influence that's happening on her. That may be why there is no respect. Does that sound familiar?
No. No, it was an incident where I was thinking I was helping, and she was so upset, saying, "I can't believe you did that." I know it was she was mad at herself for not doing something, and then called up and took it out on me.
So something that regards that you were trying to help, and unfortunately she pulled away and let you have it, correct? Is that what it sounds?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So it's the same thing.
And so that's therefore I pulled away. I thought, I just don't need this.
Right. Now, I will tell you this, I'm getting literally, and this doesn't happen, I shuffle the deck, but I'm getting a 1, a 2, and a 3 of Cups. That's emotions. So when emotions come up, that's telling me that's the most important thing. Emotion should be something to do with, sometimes we care so much that we say the wrong thing. Ever hear of putting your foot in your mouth, right? We think in our head, we're saying, I really care for you. I really want the best for you. I want you to be always with no pain and always love in your heart. And what comes out of our mouth is sometimes a little bit jagged and a little bit opposite. You should do this. I told you to do that. I told you so. And unfortunately, that's not what we're meaning to say, but it comes out that way. So a lot of times this is telling me there's emotions involved in something like that, and we just have to take a step back. What's the most important thing? I would guess it's connection with your daughter. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. I will take and stab in the dark. Let me know. I'm probably 99.9% right here. You're older than she is.
Yes.
Okay. So the old saying goes, the elders know best, right? And sometimes we do. Sometimes we have to make things happen. Emperor card. Right side up. Emperor card means the Fibonacci spiral. We have to take authority. And sometimes authority means we retreat. That doesn't mean that we're weak. It doesn't mean that we're a loser. It doesn't mean that for some reason I don't know best and I'm letting her win. What you're doing is you're actually controlling the battlefield or the love field in this regard. And by doing that, saying, I'll be the better one, I'll take the high road. Hey, come here. I'm so sorry. I don't know what I was saying. I didn't mean it that way. I love you to death. Let's hug this out. What do you need from me? You know I'm always here. And guess what? Sometimes they actually understand what you meant and they forgive you. And sometimes it's up to them. It's their past too. They may or may not, but that's something that's human nature you can't control. But in this regard, taking charge as the emperor means you're purposely knowing emotions are high. I might have said things wrong. I meant it correctly. She might have meant it correctly, but I'm the bigger one here. I'm the elder. I know best, or at least I know best in this regard. And by this way, I will ask for forgiveness. I know 100% I am not wrong, but I'm going to be the higher road just to save this family, just to save this relationship, just to add that bond and make it closer. And I'll tell you, it's not easy, but it usually works. And if you do that often enough, you won't feel like you're diminishing yourself. You will actually understand the idea of what love is. It means giving, giving, giving. And by giving, that's how you get in return.
Uh-huh.
It's a suggestion.
Right.
Has she still in contact with you? Is everything still kind of glazed over?
Yeah, it's kind of.
Is this recent? Is this something recent?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's why, again, that's the connection. That's the site. That's the picking up the phone. So again, if it's worrying you, be the bigger woman. Go to her and say, "Hey, I love you." I use the I'm old card. I don't care. I do it to my kids. I'm old. Dad doesn't know any better. What it is, what it is. It doesn't mean that I believe it. I won't admit it to them, but it's to make peace. It's to make sure your time is very limited here. And though I believe in another side and my half of my side of what I've actually occurred and connected with, I know my loved ones are around. I know my mom still connects with me. I know my family's there. This is where you need to do it. This is where you build the love. This is where you make the connections. It's all during this time. So make it last, because tomorrow anything can happen. Literally anything can happen. And that connection is going to be harder to make than just calling her up and saying, "Hey, I'm sorry. I love you."
Uh-huh. Okay.
Gonna try it?
Oh, I'll try it. No, definitely.
It's not, I'll warn you, it's not easy being an emperor. To make the good calls, it's not an easy thing to do. But I will tell you this, it usually comes back tenfold when it works. Very much so.
Mm-hmm.
I have a little bit left. I didn't really want to force this on you. Is there something else you want to add to that? Is there something you want to ask about that? Or do you want me to see?
Well, can I, my son is older and he has autism and he's going through a lot of health problems. I don't know.
Yeah, the ace, I've got another potential Ace of Wands. That's energy. I'll tell you this, Ace of, when it's the flower, the dragonfly and the flower, and it's reversed, means there's an energy flow issue. One thing I've learned about autism, you said it's health as well, correct?
Yes.
Health affecting them? Okay. Autism that I'm learning is not a handicap in itself. There's things there that we have that I wouldn't even say make us special, but there is something there that leads me to believe that it's more normal than we think, right? Or at least it's normal nowadays. But this coming up with an energy thing is telling me that the physical part of that, or the energy flow, means, and I don't like to say this because I'm not a doctor, but there's an energy flow issue, meaning there probably is something there that you should continue to look into that has nothing to do with the autism.
Yeah.
So if that's something you're pursuing, you're doing correctly as a mom. Continue to do that.
Yes, we
show
are.
your love. Yes. Separate that from the autism, that this is something else specifically, and look into that and make sure that at least you're getting some other doctor's opinion of what this is, because this this is something that I'm feeling is completely separate, and it'll also
from the autism, right?
Go ahead.
Yes, it's separate from the autism. I was just explaining that why I was so involved is he has autism, and yes, he's going through some major health challenges right now.
Yes, and I'll tell you what, the king here of Wands, this is him growing up. It almost looks like a empty head, or let's just say a different head. Its space is different, and the teeth are very gnawing. There's a lot of lashing out. There's going to be a lot of lashing out, more so with this medical condition that may look like it's tied again, and it might be a little bit painful for him as far as dealing with it. So again, go back to what I told you earlier about the love covers all. I think same as with your daughter, make sure you're covering, showing him that you're there for him, whatever that respect is. If it's touch, if it's just being with his favorite activities, if it's just being around and doing whatever he likes to do, it will be comforting for him, because it's going to be very stressful for him. And there will be a little bit of lashing out. So make sure that you stay with him during this, is all I know.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yes, you take care. Thanks, Elizabeth.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, 30 minutes goes by fast, right? I'm glad you had me. I'd like to be back. Can I come back next week? How about I try to come back next week? You can see me at sototarot.com. That shows all my social media, but I'm a Facebook guy. I'm back on Facebook. A lot of that stuff is on there. I sometimes did TikToks and things of that sort, but TikToks and things are all weird right now. So you want to talk and chat? Friend me. Say hi. I do free readings. Even though I book readings, I do little free one little card readings, and you'd be surprised what one card will open up a conversation for, and will help you see things that you haven't seen before. Again, it's that connection. I see someone in a grocery store, they look like they're sad. I say, hey, how are you? You look sad. And they go, hey, no one's talked to me for a while. I'm so glad you talked to me. Divine timing? Were we connected? Did you have a feel to do it? That's how we are. We're human nature, as we want to connect to us and in each other. We all have this ability. Some of us work with it a little more than others, and some of us still are stuck in that I just don't want to be around anybody in the Walmart phase, right? I just want to go in, get in, go home, and be done with it. I don't want to connect to anyone. So again, see me at sototarot.com, or see me at Facebook as Sototarot, SOTOTAROT 6 on Facebook. Everybody have a good night, and thanks for seeing me around the world.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson. Live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. It's Psychic Tuesday, and I'm your guide, Bernice Bisson. Thank you for joining me again each and every Tuesday. I appreciate all of you. And I'm going to start off with kind of a big announcement. Again, I've got a art show coming up on Wednesday, May 14th. I will be releasing my Oracle deck called the Soul Medicine Journey Oracle deck. It's a deck of affirmation and healing and messages that I painted 44 paintings, which started as therapy for me and then transformed into very channeled work and messages around it that I put together and compiled into a 44-card Oracle deck, which I'll be releasing in the next month, and I'm kind of excited about it. And so I really appreciate everyone who's kind of stuck with me. The Soul Medicine Journey is a bit of a closure, actually. I, for many years, had a tea and crystal shop called Soul Medicine Psychic Shop. And I read from that shop for about 10 years. And I closed it, which was heart-wrenching for me. But the reality is I don't really have time to run a tea and crystal shop, although I do love tea and crystal shops. There's never enough tea or crystals. I just myself have to say that. But I also have a podcast called the Soul Medicine Psychic. And it's 30 some odd episodes that you can find on many platforms. And they're free and you can download them. And the podcasts are people who come back with recordings from my readings over the last 30 some odd years. And you get to hear the original predictions and they tell stories. The folks themselves tell you what's happened since then. So it's kind of an interesting feedback loop that comes back with that. And so I'm closing that journey in my life and stepping into a whole new journey. I continue to read here from Winnipeg, and I do video appointments and in person. But I do have a bit of a new journey I'm embarking on that I will be announcing at my art show in May and on this radio show the same time. And so I'm pretty excited about that, this new journey. And so stay tuned. Stay tuned for more news, folks. Now let's get into it. I got to say, pretty intense energy coming up. Spring's here. Love is in the air, I gotta say. You're gonna see the birds and the squirrels and chasing each other around the neighborhood. And it has a lot of fire energy, a lot of earth energy with the transit of the sun into Taurus coming up over the next 10 days. So we're gonna have this. I mean, we have a number of volcanoes going off around the world right now. So that would be sort of that energy, I guess, leading into it. So the 16th, we've got Mercury entering into Aries, enhancing direct communication, mental clarity, and it's going to be required of you. You can't be mentally lazy over the next 10 days. You got to be responsive. And this is, it could be demanded of you. It could be just coming at you. It could be things you have to just be mindful about. And so communications could come at you fast and fiery. Then the 18th, we've got Mars entering into Leo, more, sort of assertive, fiery energy and boosting confidence, creative expression, egos, gregarious, or generous, or big things in the news, big energies that could be put out there. And so we're going to watch for that. We've also got then the sun going into Taurus all around this next week. So the 16th, 18th, 19th. And it's about focusing on stability, pleasures, simple pleasures, rooting in. We've got Saturn conjuncting the North Node in Pisces, emphasizing karmic lessons and long-term commitments, which I will go into for each of the signs a little bit, because this is a big transit that we really are closing out a huge cycle from even 2013. And I would even say from the 1880s, if we looked at the bigger cycle, when we looked at Saturn's transit and its conjunction with the North Node in Pisces. And so we're going to reflect a bit on that in each of the signs and what that means for each and every one of you. And we've got Venus then conjuncts the North Node, aligning love and destiny energy. And then we finish the month with Mars opposing Pluto. Pretty triggering energy with Mars opposing Pluto. I would see that there could be challenges with Pluto-ruled countries like the U.S., where Mars, as it's entered into Leo, could even involve, Leo's very much rules the axis of Israel and Gaza as well. And so there could be some big push or news at the end of this month, around the 26th, that could be very much around that energy. We have other energy with that Saturn conjuncting along with Venus conjuncting the North nodes. We will see, if I think of the global stage, we will definitely be seeing news stories from the last 3 years that we finally start to hear some truths on, or there's some deeper things that come up in the news. And that could be like Diddy kind of stuff, Epstein kind of stuff. Coming out of the news in the next even 10 days, we'll start to get taste of this, but it's really a bigger 2-year cycle that we're going to start to see this really coming out as we see Saturn making a transit from Pisces into Aries, 25 and 26. So if I thought of some of those tastes, so we'll get tastes of that the next 7 to 10 days in terms of very juicy news stories that will kind of, the truth comes out after the last 3 years or so. We've also got that North Node conjunction, which in our own lives can be quite meaningful. So let's get into it. So you can listen to all three. You can listen to your sun sign, your moon sign, and your ascendant. Your sun sign is very much like your crown chakra, your throat chakra, your solar plexus. I think, I say, I do, your outer world, your community, create your work, things you get out there in the world and do, friendships. And then we get into the divine feminine, which is like your moon cycle, your moon sign, and that governs your home, your body, your emotions, and your third eye, your heart chakra, your sacral chakra. Of course, both being governed by the root. The root very much around your ascendant. Your ascendant is what drives your first house in astrology. What drives both of those forward. So it's the chariot, which the mom and pop get in there and drive that thing forward if we narrowed it down a little bit. Okay, let's get into it. And that's your daily routines, how you conduct yourself day to day. Actually, I thought about it that way. Aries, sun, moon, rising. The theme for you is going to be assertive communication. Boy, with all that energy coming with Mercury, we've got your sister sign Leo really boosting that up for you. Until the 16th, and especially with the sun in your sign until the 18th, 19th, your thoughts and words gain clarity and they have impact, carry a light stick in certain places. This is a good time, though, to initiate conversations and projects that really acquire assertiveness, initiation, getting things moving, getting things organized, very action-oriented kind of communication. If you say it, you got to do it there, Aries. And be really mindful, though, of impulsivity and just think before you speak. There could be getting ahead of yourself, forward thinking, potential thinking, not sort of staying mindful and present of the audience. So be really mindful about that, Aries out there, that you can get a lot done with your words and your actions, but be mindful to include others in that whole conversation and take time to listen. Exercise those listening skills. We've got Taurus, sun, moon, rising, really grounded beginnings for you. Boy, you're getting rid of that Uranus energy moving out of your sign, along with the sun coming into your sign, sparking up your energy, and it begins your solar return, bringing you renewed energy, bringing you focus. It's going to encourage you to really set your intentions, emphasizing your own stability, your own self-worth, your own personal growth. It's about your own well-being, nurturing thyself, really moving your own personal needs, goals, dreams, potentials forward, and a slow, methodical, grounded pace, taking the first steps, taking the first actions in getting something done here, Taurus, is around your new beginnings. And this is really a very grounded energy. You might really enjoy it, but you got to put yourself first, which could mean boundaries for everybody else. Social expansion for Geminis. Boy, Jupiter's influence enhances your social and romantic life. Embrace new connections. You could be out there meeting and greeting, which is right up Gemini energy. And this is a good time to network, collaborate, pursue any sort of creative endeavors, initiatives, new projects. You could be just doing the groundwork, dropping seeds, getting things sort of initiated, and stay open to opportunities that align with those passions and values. As you network with people, as you get out there in the community, as you partner up with people, you could really find that they have other resources they could bring to the table too. So be ready for the ask there, Gemini, as these opportunities present themselves to you. Cancerian, financial opportunities is the theme for you for this next 10 days, but even the next couple of years. And this is going to be around, with Mars and Leo, it's really going to activate that financial sector. So it could be taking bold steps towards any financial goals you have. It's a time to assert yourself and pursue income generating activities, reassess your financial strategies, and be confident in abilities around your abundance, because, and your kind heart and your ability to share with people and your ability to be generous and sharing and know that what you have, you're able to pass forward, pass on, pay it forward. And I feel like you're going to get lots of that. Even the next 10 days, you could be initiating something that really over the next 2 years takes hold for you in a really positive way around your income. Leo, sun, moon, rising, my Leos. Personal empowerment, boy, you're taking your power in some way. That's that Mars energy coming for you. And if I think about personal empowerment, Mars entering your sign boosts confidence. And so channel this energy into your creative pursuits. Boy, people could recognize your talents, recognize your skills, recognize what you're doing. Your charisma and leadership qualities are heightened, making it an ideal time to initiate any personal, professional projects. You might just have to take the lead anyway, Leo. I mean, with Mars in that energy, you might, whether you want to or not, you might just have to. You might find that you have the final say, the final word. You have to take action, the final actions. And then you have to also embrace your authenticity and shine brightly. Don't dim your light right now. This is the time to roar there, little Leos, with that Mars energy. Just focus it in on your creative endeavors and your personal endeavors that bring you forward. Virgo, sun, moon, rising. Virgo, it's time for emotional reflection. Boy, you hate that stuff. And so, sorry, Virgos, because you don't want to ruminate. Don't ruminate, Virgo. But you might be really reflecting on it about what you need emotionally, what is paying you off emotionally, what actions you're taking to work on that, and reflecting on relationship and really connecting with what truly aligns with your values. People or situations, and it's about emotional healing. Assess your personal connections. You're going to have to make some adjustments for harmony and balance. Just want a peaceful life, Virgo, and you're going to be taking steps or actions that kind of really lead you to some conclusions or some initiations around relationships. You could even reach out to heal some of the ones that have been troubling you as well. Libra, sun, moon, rising. Boy, relationship dynamics. Woof, it's like on, it's off, it's up, it's down, who knows? And this full moon that you had in your sign highlights the need for balance and partnerships. It's going to be a time to evaluate relationships, assess any imbalances, and come to a mutual understanding. You want to foster that. Open communications and compromises are the key to strengthening any connections you have right now with people. And I feel like hearing them out, trying to find a balance, seeing if you two are even in the same wavelength, and to address if there's imbalances. This could be the time for you to speak up, Libra, about what you actually want, what you need, what you desire, what could be good for you. So keep that in mind. Scorpio, Sun, Moon, Rising, Scorpio, introspective growth. Boy, that sounds like hermiting to me. And so Juno's retrograde in your sign prompts some deep reflection and emotional patterns and relationships. It's going to be a time to explore your inner world, uncover some insights, personal transformation, looking at your own vulnerabilities, your shadow side, trust your intuition. It could be telling you that, you can trust certain people, that you can, and that maybe you've gotten people out of your life who were negative emotional patterns for you, and you could be very much ready for someone new, something new, new situations, because I feel like you can handle the new emotional patterns, Scorpio. And so this is a real time of growth, and you could feel a bit overwhelming. It could feel a bit like, wow, okay, enough growth. Thanks, universe. But remember, the universe is always working for you, not to you. Okay. Sagittarians, Sun, Moon, Rising. We've got joyous pursuits. This is going to be a time where you want to get out and about. Spring fever is hit. It's going to be, exploring new hobbies, expanding your horizons, really looking at adventures, planning your summer coming up, exciting events. And it could even be projects and renovations around your home that you're kind of excited to get started. Remember, anything you start, please finish it. Have a plan to finish whatever you're starting. You could find that you're eager to start a lot of things, and then you're like, well, I'm moving on to the next thing, and it becomes too much. So really, this is a time to maybe conclude some projects that have been kicking around, and then step into some new ones. But even come June, you even got this energy working with you right into the middle of June. And so this is kind of nice energy. You're going to enjoy it quite a bit. And it's about keeping it light. It's not deep, heavy, weighty commitments. That's not the time for this. So it feels like you could just commit to finishing projects and plans, so you can make space for new hobbies, new adventures. You want to go play this summer for sure. Capricorn, Sun, Moon, Rising. Strategic planning, but this is up your alley, Capricorn. I mean, this is always around strategic planning. You could find you could be the voice or the mind or the ideas behind the scene. You could have interesting insight to old workplaces, things you worked on that's needed right now. And utilize the moon to make practical plans for the future. It's going to be a time to focus and that moon energy on long-term goals, organizing your resources, your responsibilities, staying disciplined and patient as you work towards some of these goals. I feel like that's pretty much up Capricorn's alley, really, when you think about they can stay they can be impatient for sure, but I feel like staying in that persevering energy, keep moving forward. Don't feel like you're going to get caught up or fall backwards. All right. They're Capricorns. I go to Aquarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, and this is going to be the theme of financial clarity, being able to really financially figure things out for yourself. There could be new opportunities for earnings or income, and revisiting old financial strategies. It could be a time to assess. You could be doing taxes and getting a little bit of a return. You could be finding savings. You're going to have to renegotiate maybe a lease. There could be some changes in that. So there's going to be some adjustments to your budget and your spending. I feel like there could be small increases or small moves forward in that a little bit. We're going to find innovative solutions to enhance financial stability. So this could be very much about budgeting, getting on board, getting on tap, really addressing where you're at financially, Aquarians, and coming up with a good plan, coming up with a good strategy. Pisces, Sun, Moon, Rising. We're going to look at Venus direct in your sign, enhances creative abilities, enhances your values with your aligning things Sorry, let me start that again. My mouth started talking, my brain didn't catch up. Sorry about that. So Venus direct and in your sign enhances creativity. It's going to help you really think about how you align your values with your actions. It's a really favorable time for artistic pursuits, romantic endeavors, romantic comedies, self-expression, really digging deep into your emotions, your imagination, your intuition, and really exploring some pretty big visionary, vision board, vision creation kind of stuff for you guys, Pisces. And it could be something that you get pretty excited about, some forward-looking ideas that you could be implementing by your birthday coming up in 2026. So that's pretty exciting with the movement, particularly of Neptune forward into your second house of things you value. And then we go into Saturn moving, which is really made things kind of stogie, kind of stuck, kind of feeling uninspired. That when that moves into the value system, it's going to be more around your discipline, your day-to-day discipline, around getting structures around that and discipline around that so that you can move forward around some of your visions or creative ideas that you are putting forward now. Now, thank you, Pisces. And please listen to all three for your sun, moon, and rising, and to get a fuller message. And you could find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. And I have my social media asset there. You can just click and go to my social media. You can find my podcast there. You can also find my pre-order for my Oracle deck and any announcements that I make or events that I have coming up. I post on my website. I don't really spend a lot of time on my social media. So if anyone ever reaches out to you on my social media, it's not me. I don't reach out to you to comment on random posts. I don't reach out to you to contact you in inboxing at all. I don't direct message you. I'm not on I'm not on Instagram. I'm not on Twitter. I'm not on X. I'm not on any of that. And I'm on Facebook pretty much. That's about it. And only because I had a shop for many years it was actually my shop's Facebook. Otherwise, you can find me on my website. And I feel like that's the safest bet because there's lots of fake accounts out there. And not me. So if you got me on your Instagram, not me, just so you know. I do want to also note that I have changed the format of this show to astrology, 30 minutes of astrology. I feel like I never really get enough time, no fault of anything. But 30 minutes, I feel like to get into clients, I like to get a bit deeper, and I'm still thinking about how to work that into a very interactive sort of feed. And I'm still taking ideas. So people do like the astrology because I can reach everyone, which I'm going to go back to a little bit because I only touched on it briefly at the beginning around some of the transits in the next 10 days. April is very pivotal astrologically. And if I think about the 16th, 18th, 19th, we have that shift in energy that is going to be even further amplified into Aries energy. But that Saturn conjuncting the North Node, karmic lessons and long-term commitments, this is really around things that we choose. And if I think about the North Node in Pisces right now, and we just had that first lunar eclipse back in March, we have a series of eclipses coming in sort of Pisces and Virgo lunar axis under these nodes over the next, 2 years, 18 months, 2 years. Excuse me. So we will see some pretty big shifts in service to humanity. And we will see, meaning like the focus of military, the focus of political bodies, the focus of structured bodies like universities and whatnot. And we're going to see a pretty structured shift coming. It does feel a bit confused, but I want people to please remember that the bigger shift is that this is a closure of very colonized systems. And in this new energy, as we have talked about before in the show around the transit of Pluto into Aquarius, we now have the transit of Neptune and Saturn into Aries. We have the transit of Uranus into Gemini. So we have some pretty key planets moving right now. That is, it's pretty intense in terms of longer term impacts of what's going on globally. And we will see some incredible advancements in technology, which we are getting taste of in the news right now. Energy, technology, digital economies, digital medias. There is some huge shifts coming, and a lot of it isn't just ideology or politicized. It's really more around the bigger communication technologies that are coming out that could make things like even phones obsolete, where we have very different technology. I know, sounds kind of kooky, doesn't it? But I don't know. I feel like there is real advancements with the transit, especially with next 2 years with Jupiter and Uranus in Gemini. It's going to create some incredible technological advances. We just had taste of it. I mean, I just read an article around plasma light, which is amazing. The discoveries under the Egyptian pyramids, amazing. There's just more to come. There's just more to come daily. It's going to speed up. The other thing that we're going to find is that this is a time of earth movement and fire movement. So as we hear about earthquakes and volcanoes in different parts of the world, that this next 2 year period with this transit, different astrologers have really looked at and predicted that there is just a lot of, it's a period of a lot of activity. The other big piece with these transits that are pretty important for people is going to be the shift in the what I would say facts in truth. And what I mean by that is that with Neptune moving into and Saturn moving into Aries, joining a plethora of other planetary energy over the next few years, 3 years, very much so, we're going to really see a pushback where things have felt a bit crazy and very intense and very impulsive, fiery. We've got trade wars in parts of the world. We've got mass horrific war events in other parts of the world. We're going to see some real changes in how the people and the greater people, the other 98% of the people, really view these things. And we're going to really see maybe more uprisings, more fundamental community shifts, and that could stem political shifts, political ideologies. I think people are sick and tired of being angry and mad and scared to exist. And I feel like as money woes and economic woes for the rest of us. As I watch stock market stuff, I laugh because I think a lot of people don't even have stuff in stock market. And the ones who do, most of the people I know are retired, and that's the retirement. And everyone's pretty sick of it. And so there is big revolution in energy that is really a class war. It's really it's not a trade war. It's really an economic war. And it's really, the uprising would come from the 98%, because I feel like with the next 2 years and this energy, it's going to be really around ideological shifts of how we value humanity, how we value each other. And we could really, I want to say this, after we've had in history, I go to Italy for a moment. In history, after fascism and after very oppressive things that happen, there's something magical that kind of happens too. And I want people to remember this. It's the uprising of social enterprises, co-ops, small business, mom and pop shops that come from when the large corporate structures fail. And this is something that has happened in different parts of history. And I bring Italy up because they do have a lot of cooperative and social enterprise, and having to create an economy through the people as opposed to through corporate entities. And so we are going to see a shift in this. I know it sounds crazy, but I feel like this is the ideological shift that's brewing that might break us away from what has been an economy over the last several hundred years, really based on having to keep people poor in order for a few people to participate in this economy. So this is going to change very much so. And so stay tuned, have hope, know the vibration is raising, know that this fire energy, this very movement forward is really necessary for us to all move forward. And remember that it's not about left or right or red or blue. It's really about the rich and the poor. And I want people to remember that. And that we're all on the planet together, and that's Planet Nation. And here we are, Nation Planet. And so let's treat each other right, and sending love to all my friends in Canada and the US and all over the world. And I look forward to seeing you guys all again in 7 days.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Infinite Soul Connections with Shelley Devine. The Hummingbird Media. Live from InfiniteSoulReadings.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Infinite Soul Connect on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good morning, everybody, or evening or afternoon, wherever you are in the world. I'm Shelley Devine with Infinite Soul Connections, and I want to talk about Mother Earth for a little bit, just while I'm waiting for my caller. Here in Southern California, yesterday we had a pretty big earthquake, and my immediate reaction was to ask Mother Earth if she was hurt. And what she told me was no, it was actually a shift in energy. But my guides came through with a message that I'd like to share with you right now. They say, sing of love and gratitude in honoring Mother Earth. Heal her wounds and make her whole. She gives us life. She gives us breath. She gives us joy. All is well and love abounds. She sustains us and provides us with everything we need. So be kind to her. Be kind to all the animals, the plants, the trees, all of life. for they're part of us, part of the earth, of the breeze. So that was a message from my guides. Thank you. And I am looking forward to taking a caller and giving a reading. So, gonna shuffle some cards here while I wait. Also want to mention, if I do a reading for you, if you want a mediumship, an evidential mediumship, which is my specialty, you can go to my website. And if you sign up for my newsletter, you can have the reading at half the cost. My website is infinitesoulreadings.com. So go check it out. There's many different levels of mediumship readings. And I am so ready for my caller. Judy.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, love?
I'm doing good, thank you.
Good. So are you looking for a oracle card reading today, or what are you looking for?
Well, whatever you think the spirit needs to tell me. I'm, I got some things going on in my life, and I'm not sure which way to go. So I want to see what's going on.
All righty. Sounds good. Okay. There were some cards. All right. So, let's see. So the first thing that I see that pops into my mind is this big bright star, and it's like around you. It's almost like a halo, but it's around you, and it's beautiful. Okay. And it's bright. I'm calling it a star because that's what I was told to call it. It looks like a sun, but I'm told to call it a star.
Okay.
And that's a guiding star, okay? That's going to guide you on your way. So you have you have guides and angels. Do you know that? Do you know about that?
I don't know. I'm just learning all this. So no, I don't know a lot about it. So if there's a guide that you want to tell me about, I would love that.
Well, this guide is showing me this star, and what it means to me, like what it means to me is like the North Star. And the North Star is the direction that you're focused on or should be focused on. Does that make sense? So,
yeah.
Okay, so they're showing me that they are guiding you to your North Star. And then now let me look at the card. Okay, so, oh, this card is awesome. Okay, so this card starts out telling me that there's like this desolate, dry land, dry desert kind of land that I feel like you are going through or have just come through. And there's this mountain peak that goes straight up. And inside this beautiful globe is a wonderful tree, beautiful tree. I'm going to call it the tree of life because that's what it feels like. So you're being guided out of the desert, up this peak to this tree of life. And then beyond that, way beyond that, are these mountains that you're going to climb. And there are guides and stars. There's also fairies, a lot of fairies on your way guiding you.
Okay.
So what this card is saying to me is that you're definitely on your path, and you've got this wonderful trajectory, and it's actually kind of reminding me of the North Star that I just said, because it's pointing up to it. I'm going to show you the card not sure if you could see it, but there's the desolate land. There's the coming up to the tree of life, and there's all these mountain peaks on top. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time with the camera. There we go. And I don't know if you can see this or if you're just on the phone, but it's a beautiful feeling, and it's a beautiful scene, and it tells me that you're headed straight for your North Star. Now, I do have another card. Okay. And this card again has a lot of fairies in it. And fairies are with you whether you believe in them or not. I didn't believe in them until I believed in them and saw them. But they are with you, and you've got these beautiful white roses. White roses, to me, are a remembrance of loved ones that have passed.
Okay.
Okay.
I've been feeling like my mom has been with me a lot lately, so maybe that's what it is.
Okay. Yeah, because that's what the white roses mean to me, is that, you know, a loved one that's passed. And if you're feeling her, absolutely, she is there with you. Even if you didn't feel her, she's there with you. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
So again, this one has that bright halo around the head and these beautiful robes, but it's walking away from me towards the North Star, towards your path, where you're supposed to go. And there's a lot of people. There's a lot of beings. I'm not sure that, nope, they're not human, but there's a lot of beings, guides, angels, all sorts of light beings. It's the best way I can describe it, because there's so many different types. And you are just free flowing, walking right straight towards your North Star. I'm going to show you this card as well.
Beautiful.
Down here are the white roses. And these are all the fairies right here. But that's you.
Okay.
And you're facing, you know, you're leaving the past behind, and you're facing towards the direction that you are supposed to be facing.
Okay, so I'm doing the right thing.
You're doing the right things. Let's see. Do you have any more questions?
Well, I was just going to ask you, what's the difference? And if you don't have time to answer it, it's okay. What's the difference between a fairy and a guide? Where you said I have lots of fairies around me.
Yeah, completely different. Guides are here to guide you and to support you and to love you. Fairies are creatures on their own, and they're interdimensional. And they have that real playful, but sometimes a little bit naughty. So things in your house, like if you set down your lipstick and you go back to get it just a little bit later and it's gone, it's probably the fairies.
Yeah.
Because they like to play, but they are complete. They're beings. They're some of the unseen beings until you can see them. Guides are with you to guide you on your path. Now, I know I said there's a lot of fairies around you. These fairies seem to be they seem to be helping along as more support. Okay? But your guides are definitely separate, and then angels are separate, but they do the same thing. The angels love you unconditionally, just like your guides do. But the angels, you need to invite them in if you want them to intervene in your life, because they won't intervene unless invited. They're there, they're watching over you. They will come in an emergency when it's not your time, something happens. Yeah, they'll intervene. But in daily life, you have to ask them, say, you know, angels, I know that you're here, and I invite you to help me in my life, to help guide me, to help heal me, whatever you need. A lot of times I'll ask my angels to wrap their wings around me when I need healing or when I'm having some anxiety or something. And then, you know, so if you talk to your angels, that's going to bring them in as well. Does that make any sense?
And I talk to my spirit, yes, but is spirits the same as angels? Because I always ask my spirit to let me know what I need to know.
Okay,
so you want to tell me.
That's a great question. I'm glad you asked it, because spirit is kind of the umbrella term that is used, and it includes guides, angels, loved ones, higher ups, your higher self. Spirit is spirit. And so if you just talk to spirit, absolutely, you're talking to your guides. I'm just saying, maybe say angels. I say guides and angels. I love you so much. And spirit also has your loved ones that have passed. So spirit is a big umbrella term for that. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. It does. You've been very, very helpful. Yeah.
Okay. I am just about out of time, but I would love for you to please go to my website or email me at infinitesoulreadings@gmail.com. And I'd love to answer questions. And if you want to work with me on any of this, I would love to do that.
Great. Nope. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay. Thank you, Judy. Have a wonderful day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everybody, for listening. And my time is up. So I'm going to say I love you. Bye-bye and kisses.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Ask Bella Maria with Bella Maria. Bella Maria. Live from AskBellaMaria.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Ask Bella Maria on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, this is Bella Maria, and he always wants to make me laugh every time I get introduced. Okay, so this is Ask Bella Maria. I am Bella Maria, your host. You're listening and watching. There's A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV and Enlightening TV. So today I have a very quick show. So I want to do a couple things for you. We're going to go ahead and we are going to pull a card from the angel deck, and we are going to talk about how to feel those around you when they've passed on. So I had to do a repeat on a show last week because last Sunday I lost my dad. And so with that, sorry I couldn't be there yet last week, but I needed some time. And this week, actually just yesterday, there's things that are happening even when my dad had passed. And so I wanted to talk about, because I know there's a lot of people that are going through similar situations. And when you lose someone, you just don't know if that person is showing up, or is it just you being kind of, wanting to hear it or feel it or sense it, or because he came into your dream or because she came into the dream. So I wanted to kind of cover a couple of things about what you're feeling, maybe, and signs. So for example, story, my daughter was in bed. She was spending the night over at her nonna's house. And so they were getting ready for bed, and she was watching TV, and the TV turned onto Netflix with my dad's profile, and because it switched. It was on my mom's profile and it switched to my dad's profile. And she was feeling heavy feelings, like kind of like a panic and anxiety attack. And at first she just thought that she was just having a panic and anxiety attack. And it wasn't. He was responding. He was, coming to her and letting her know that, he was there. Yesterday was a lot. I've had quite a few things where he used to smoke Talon cigarettes, or cigars. And we kept smelling them in our house. And I was like, nobody around smokes. So we're just like, why do we keep smelling these cigarette smells? And we've been smelling them outside, in the backyard, in the front. There's nobody in our area that is smoking. It's very kind of desolate. So we couldn't figure out where it was coming from. And then it was starting to show up inside the house. And so, I just kind of have a feeling that it's him, and I was getting, patted on the leg. Kind of like what he used to do when I was little, kind of like consoling thing, or like, hey baby, type thing, just because I was my dad. So, I think with things like this, sometimes I'm going to have some points, feeling watched. So you get like this feeling of being persistently watched. It can be uncomfortable, but then you kind of just sit and like think, and you kind of let your body just relax and maybe see or feel the energy that you're getting, right? Because not all mediums can do everything for everyone, right? And we're here to be that vessel to be able to share that message, but maybe it might not be at that time, or maybe you're by yourself and you don't want to freak out. So how do you handle it? You always just kind of ground yourself, protect yourself, put those boundaries around you. For me, I use Jesus, God, and Archangel Michael, and I ask him to protect me. And I have my little barrier, right? It's like my bubble of white light. So, those are things that you kind of do to protect yourself, right? Maybe sometimes you'll hear like strange noises that really don't make any sense because there's nothing there, or there's a temperature change, sudden drops of temperature, odd smells. Again, I was saying, we're not smoking. We don't have cigars or cigarettes or anything like that. So where did that come from? It smelled just like my dad. So moving objects, heads act like a basement. And I came in and I felt like I was being greeted by this woman, and I didn't say anything, and I just acknowledged her. And in my head, I'm like, hello. And I left it at that. And then I was in the car and I asked my family, I said, did you guys feel anything? Because we're all gifted in our own ways. And so I said, did you feel anything? What did you guys feel? And so when they said, they're like, oh, I kind of felt heavy on my chest. And then my husband said, oh, I felt something, but it was very like subtle. And I was like, well, yeah, because we were looking at art. I think she, was trying to, stay back, but was trying to observe us. And so he felt it too. And my son, he says he always feels his throat, kind of choke up whenever he feels the spirit is around. So everybody had a different way of responding to a spirit who was trying to interact. So I just kind of wanted to share that and wanted to, let you guys know, there's so many different ways for us to understand the other side. And, there's times and places, and sometimes we have to consider the energy. If it's cleared and you kind of know that like everything's in order and it's a clean environment, there's not a lot of clutter, there's not a lot of hoarding going on, then you could probably safely say, there's something going on here. But then there's times where people kind of just put their energy in and it kind of just sits there and it's stagnant. And that's also another way that a lot of scientists don't believe that what we're really feeling or sensing is true or accurate, but it's kind of cool. So, I wanted to ask, do we have time to do a call, or, so I can pull a card, or should I just pull a card for everybody? What do you think? Because I'm just thinking, Okay, we're going to pull a card. So I'm going to pull a card for everybody who is watching and listening. And I am using my Angel Tarot deck cards. I've had these tarot deck cards forever, since I started reading cards. So that would have been, I got these ones in 2012, and we had so many different memories with these cards. So I've done a lot with these cards, and I'm very, very connected to them. So I'm going to pull a card. The Wheel card. Excellent. The Wheel card. Now, the Wheel card is an Archangel Michael card, and that card is an infinite meanings, right? And so, in fact, there's so much that goes in with the with this card. Ooh, there we go. It is time and positive changes. And the Wheel card is really cool because you can get if you worked towards a goal, right, and you're working towards this goal, and you've really made some really good positive changes. The whole thing is that this card is a symbol telling you that whatever you've been doing and whatever you've been working on will bring you the fortune that you need. So fortune is on your side. So things will move a lot faster for you. Things will move more positively, and you'll have more fortune. And it could be money, it could be love, it could be more I think I'm feeling more monetary in this case, especially for this specific Wheel card, and whoever is watching, I feel like that is a really good I feel positive about that. This card here is the Two of Fire. Now, this card here, it is, so you have two men that are coming and joining in. They're elves and fairies, I should say, fairies. Sorry. They've come into their own. It's partnerships, signing contracts, continuing to move forward, making the best out of everything that you have, build and grow. Keep doing whatever you're doing, because these goals and this positive outlook that you have will come to fruit. So it's really, really good. And please, everybody, with this card here, when it's the Six of Water that comes through, you can't always think about the past. You have to keep moving forward. Remember that your history and your childhood, things that have happened to you in your childhood, things that have happened to you in the past, please just let it go so that you can move forward, so that you can bring money and fortune and all the positive things that you need in your life. Because when you go into looking when you're looking forward, you don't want to go backward, okay? So I really want to say thank you so much for watching. I really hope that you can visit my website at askbellamaria.com. I have $20 sessions, and you can, contact me through there.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. Live from AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Angelic Insights and Healing on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Happy Tuesday. I hope you are having an awesome day. For those of you who don't know, I am Margaret Phillips. I am the owner of Angels Always Around Us. I am a psychic medium, a Reiki master, a pranic energy healer, a shamanic energy healer, an angelic energy healer, and a life coach and certified hypnotherapist. You can find me on my website at angelsalwaysaroundus.com. You can also find my Facebook page, which is Angels Always Around Us. TikTok is at Angel Margaret P, and so is Instagram. So there's where you can find me. I hope you all are having an awesome, amazing day. Got some really great stuff coming up this week and in the next few weeks. So this Saturday at 10 a.m. at Circle of Miracles in New Britain, Pennsylvania, we are going to literally be journeying into the angelic realm with my class. It's called Journey into the Angelic Realm. We are going to talk about angels and spirit guides and how to tell the difference and what the angels do and how do you get closer to them and all kinds of awesome stuff in that class. If you would like to sign up, there are still a few spaces left, so you can go to my website or go to my Facebook page. Actually, I apologize. Go to my Facebook page. You will find the event there. It's called Journey into the Angelic Realm class. You can sign up through there. There is a link in the pay link, registration link in the event page underneath the description. So go ahead and sign up for that. On May 3rd, we will be having our second healing circle. We just had it a couple weeks ago. It was awesome. It was a little bit wet, but we, survived the raindrops. We found a pavilion that gave us some cover, and it was amazing. So on May 3rd at 10 o'clock, if you are in the Philadelphia area, meet us down by Valley Green Inn, and we are going to gather. We're going to socialize a little bit, and we are going to heal anybody who needs healing. If you just want to practice and you're a healer, you can come on out and practice, and there'll be plenty of people for you to heal. For now, we have Darlene in Winnipeg. How are you today, Darlene?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. How can I help you today?
I'm just wondering if Spirit has any messages for me.
Well, let's take a look and pull some angel cards for you. How's that sound?
Sounds good.
Now, do you have anything in particular you're concerned about, or just in general you want to see what they want to tell you?
I guess just see what they want to say.
Okay, cool. Give me 1 second. So I'm asking them what Darlene needs to know at this point. Ooh, this is a tricky one coming up for you first, Darlene. So the first card that comes up is the patience card. And, that's tricky because patience can be really hard. But the good news on the flip side of it is, as you remain, working on your patience, as you remain allowing yourself to gather information, and have the patience for that, then, good blessings are on their way. Sometimes, we get a little impatient, we get a little intolerant if something takes too long, in our opinion. But the angels are coming. They're saying, just a little bit longer, hang in there. Good things are coming. You just got to keep hanging in. So after you have this patience, and like I said, there is some stuff mentioned on here about gathering some information, and now I see why, because Isabella is coming, and she is telling you, yes, the timing is right for a new adventure for you. So take some time as you're getting ready to embark on this new adventure. Allow yourself to gather some information. Like, don't get frustrated. Don't try to like run before you can walk. Allow yourself some time to kind of gather what you need to know so that you can be successful in this new thing for you. And this is a great card to come after the patience card. This is Shanti, and she comes to tell you, she's the angel of peace, and she comes to tell you there is peace on the horizon. It is coming. It sounds like you've got a lot of turbulence going on in your life right now, Darlene. When you can call on your angels to help you with that. And you can it's real simple. All you have to do is say, angels, help me. You know, if you want to call on your guardian angels, you can call on them if you know them, or you can just ask them, guardian angels, hey, I don't know what your names are, but come help me. That's the great thing about the angels is they're just kind of hanging there, waiting for us to ask them for help. Once we ask them for help, they can swoop in and help us, but they can't interfere with our free will. So, you know, if we don't ask for help, they can't help us. If we, and mind your wording, because sometimes, you know, we get stuck in this thing and sometimes we'll say things like, oh, but that never happens to me. Well, unfortunately, when we say that never happens to me, then we're kind of like shutting the door on the blessings that the universe is trying to give us. So, you know, that hasn't happened to me yet is the wording you want to look for. Okay. Because it can be so hard, especially like, you know, when you see something happen over and over and over again. Maybe you've seen something happen like 20 different times to friends and family members of yours, and like they always win that lottery, or they always get that best parking space, or whatever it is. You know, just that hasn't happened yet. It's coming. And Shanti, you know, again, she's here to tell you that the peace is coming. Things are going to calm down. And what I'm hearing, what I'm feeling is about 3 months from now is when you're kind of going to start settling in this newfound peace. What is the new venture you are thinking about embarking on? It feels kind of like either hobby or career related.
I'm thinking about doing a move closer to one of my daughters, which would involve me finding a new job and, yeah.
So a little bit of stress there.
Yeah.
But ask your angels to help you with that. Ask the angels to help you not only find a place to live near your daughter, but ask them to help you to find employment that is going to make you happy and fulfill your financial needs. Okay. Like a lot of times when we pray, especially when we need a new job or we know we need to move or whatever it is, sometimes, you know, we get stuck in this human part of us and we forget to ask for stuff that's going to make us happy. We're just like, oh, I need a new job. I got to make X amount of dollars in order to make the bills. Like, and then we forget about the happiness and we forget about the peace. So what I'm hearing is,
I really
as you're looking for this new job,
my daughter.
I'm sorry?
Sorry? I said I really need the peace part because I lost my daughter 3 years ago to cancer, so I still don't feel at peace yet.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. That's got to be hard. But know that she's not in pain where she is. Yeah. Know that she loves you and she's checking in. Just all of our deceased ancestors check in on us, guys. They are always around us. What I like to tell people is it's not like 24/7 spy cam, but they are very well aware of what we're going through. So keep again, as you pray and you're looking for the job and you're looking for the home, you know, yes, pray for a job that will financially support you. But while financially supporting you, you need to pray for a job that will financially support you while bringing peace and bringing joy into your life, or bringing peace and happiness into your life.
Yes, yeah.
And do you want me to see if I can't make any guarantees, but would you like me to see if I can connect with your daughter on the other side, see if she has a message for you?
Sure, that'd be great.
What was her name?
Alyssa.
Alyssa? Okay, give me a moment. Let me see if Alyssa will come through for us. And if she doesn't come through, it's nothing personal against you. They're just busy doing their own things on the other side.
Yeah. Hello?
I'm here. Sometimes it takes a minute.
Okay.
The first thing I see, it's so cute. I see your daughter's spirit like rushing up to you, trying to give you a hug. And she says, I wish that you could feel this right now. She says, I'm here, but I am learning a lot. She says, I had no idea there was so much to this world. It's so cute. She says, I'm learning a lot. She says, I want you to know that I do check in on you. I am around you, but right now I'm in a very intensive learning process. So if you kind of feel like I'm not around as much as I was when I first passed, that's why, because I'm busy doing that. And the other thing is, like, our deceased loved ones, the longer they're gone, usually they kind of start to distance us because they don't want us to become codependent on them. And they want us to kind of have interaction with actual physical beings, as opposed to, they want us to talk to them too, but they want to make sure that we're not like having our world be all about them. Does that make any sense?
It does, yeah.
Do you have anything you would like to say or ask her in particular?
Maybe, does she think that this move that I'm thinking of is the right thing?
She's so funny. She goes, yes, go. She says, I'm here. She says, again, I'm learning a lot. And part of what I'm learning is not only how I affected people there, but I'm also learning what we can do over here. She says, so they're teaching me. She says, I only have a tiny little bit of influence right now because I'm still learning. But she says, Mom, there are other people here who are working on putting things on your path. She says, not only job-wise, she says, career-wise, they're working on getting you situated at the new location. She said, it's not there yet, but it's coming. She says, we have other of our relatives who are here, and what I'm hearing is a great-grandfather is kind of spearheading your moving process.
Okay.
So you have other ancestors who are working with you to help the moving and the job process, but your great-grandfather is kind of like in charge of your move, so to speak.
Okay.
And they will. The angels and our ancestors line things up for us to kind of try to help make our lives easier. So again, just remember, when you are looking for that place to move and not looking for that job, you want somewhere that will financially support you and also bring you peace and happiness. A lot of times we forget to ask for that part, and then later on we wonder why the job stinks so bad.
Yeah.
I hope that was helpful for you today, Darlene.
It was. Thank you.
You're welcome, and you have a great day. We are almost out of time. I appreciate you joining us today, Darlene, and I appreciate you sharing your daughter with us as well. So again, those of you who don't know, I am Margaret Phillips from Angels Always Around Us. You can find me at angelsalwaysaroundus.com or on Facebook at Angels Always Around Us. Hope you guys have an awesome week.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from LadyDPsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Astrology and Psychic Reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
everybody. Welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host for the segment, Lady D. I hope you've all had an amazing week. So this week coming up, we do have the full moon that is coming to be happening on the 13th. That's my Sunday of April at 10:22 in the morning in Libra. So that is going to be all about justice. It's about, I feel like it's about having patience, and it's about also trying to keep things in balance, and also there's be a sense of like fighting for justice too with this new moon, because it's all about Libra. Also about helping people, maybe also helping them too much, or wanting to extend a helping hand to people. It's also going to be opposing all those planets that we have sort of conjuncted up, that's at the end of Pisces, the beginning of Aries. So we do still have the conjunction of Saturn with Venus and the node and Mercury and Neptune, all sort of very close together. And with Venus and Saturn, they are sort of conjunct for 3 weeks altogether. So I feel like we've still got another 1, maybe 2 weeks of that, those energies coming together. And it's it's been feeling very condensed, I feel. It's been feeling there's a lot of issues that have been going around with people as well. On that same day, the 13th, we've also got the Sun, which is also going to be conjunct Chiron. So it might be bringing up a whole lot of issues, this new moon. It might be a little bit turbulent. I don't think this is going to be something that's going to go very smoothly. It's also got the moon squaring with Mars, so it's going to be causing a little bit of anger with the emotions that are going to be coming up. I just feel like it's about taking your time and just being very slow and steady. We've also got on the same day, Venus will be moving direct. So Venus will be coming out of retrograde on Sunday and be moving direct in Pisces. So that's a positive aspect that we've got during this full moon that we've got coming up. We do also have the moon and the sun in sextile to Jupiter, which gives you a bit of luck. But I just feel like all these other oppositions and these other things that might be overshadowing the positive. There also could be something unexpected, even news could be coming up as well during this full moon. Also really unexpected problems, but you're able to get through that in a really positive way. And we also have Venus and Mercury in trine to Mars. We have a lot of positive aspects still to Mars, which is also helping with our courage, with our strength, really motivation, helping us to get where we've got to go. We're also getting ready for that. So Mars is also sort of in that opposition to Pluto as well, that it's moving direct. So it's actually coming to this actual opposition there too. So we've got a lot of things going on with the planets. So I really feel like it is just about that slow and steady. On the 16th, we've also got Mercury moving into Venus. Too. So there is a lot happening. There's also a lot of like stagnant energy too that I feel is coming up, and things that are sort of causing a little bit of delays as well. But I keep on hearing slow and steady wins the race. So it is about, I do really feel like it's about being patient and not trying to get overwhelmed with things that are coming up. And I feel like the last few weeks have been feeling a bit tired and a lot of that stuff sort of going on. So it is about being patient that I do feel that's coming up with the planets and what's been happening this week and around too. And I also feel like this week too, it's also about trusting your intuition, trusting your instincts. I feel like we'll get a lot of clarity once we get to the middle of the year and we know where we're going, because I feel like there's just so much going on in this year already, and just with the planets and the cycle that we've got coming up. We're also going to have this year with Saturn and Neptune going to come together out in Aries and then go back into Pisces. We're also getting ready for Uranus to make a shift into Gemini for this year as well. But at the moment, we're just dealing with a lot of planets conjunct together. a lot of oppositions there with this moon. So I feel like it's going to bring up some emotional stuff that it's going to bring up as well too. And I feel like that it might seem things are delayed or things are just feeling a bit stuck and overwhelmed, and things that are really causing you grief or have caused you a bit of pain. I do feel like that those things may come to an end or feel more flexible or freer in the coming weeks that come up. So let's go to the caller. So we've got Jackie. She's in Sandy Ridge in North Carolina, in America. So hi, Jackie. How are you?
Hi, I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good. How can I help you today?
Well, I just seen on one of the Facebook pages, there was a free reading tonight, and I'm going through some things in my life, and I'm honestly I don't really have like a good support system at the moment. And like I've had a lot of hardships and I've had to make a lot of sacrifices. And I just want to basically make sure I'm on the right path and what I'm doing is the right thing, to be honest.
We're always on the right path. I always say there's never any wrong paths, just where we are at this time. I just feel that you're feeling stuck, and I feel like it's like nothing's changing, and that it's like everything's just going the same, like around and around. I feel like you're trying your best to stay positive and just to be open to receiving and what's coming. I just feel like that. I just feel very stuck energy with you. Look, I feel like that this energy is going to change around July. I feel like that you've got some news coming in July. I do see like a letter, so I feel like it could be like some sort of communication, something that's going to help you. And I feel like you're going to feel very relaxed with this communication. But I am drawn to July for you, and until then, it's just like you're going around in circles as well. And I feel like that. I feel like you need to start planning. It's like you need to overlook what's happening at the moment and just start planning to go where you want to go. I just feel like there's a need to start planning and to get things moving. And with everything that's sort of making you stuck or stopping you, it's about overlooking that and just to start trying to move in a different direction is what I feel with you. And it's also like just a feeling of lost as well. Too. So, and you've got animals, so you've also got a dog as well, a pet?
Yes.
Yeah. I feel like your dog helps you through, like dog gives you like happiness. And I just feel like the dog is helping you through this time that you're going through. I just feel like this is quite positive with the dog.
Oh yeah.
And it makes you happy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It's
yeah,
okay.
And it's funny because I was literally just having a conversation with one of my old high school friends. So the backstory is I had to move because the landlord, I've had my dog for 8 years. She's been with me through everything in my life. She's a pit bull, and the landlords knew about her. They petted her, they played with her, and I had moved into an apartment, and she lived with me in the apartment for 3 years, and every time they came to do inspections, they gave her treats and all of these things. And then all of a sudden, there were no more tenants in the rest of the apartments. There was only 6 apartments. And so it was just me left because everybody left. And I feel like at that point, she was just trying to get me out for any reason. And they had switched their insurance that didn't allow pit bulls anymore. And she had come and she was mad about my daughter drawing with chalk in our parking lot. And she had seen the dog, talked to the owner, and the owner said, well, she didn't pay a pet deposit, which I did. It's documented. And then they said, well, you're not allowed to have pets. And my dog's been with me through everything, and I would never turn my back on her. And so she said in front of my daughter, if you don't get rid of your dog, then I will send animal control out here, and I will have your dog put down. And my daughter, who's 5, heard this, and I had to calm her down.
I feel like your daughter needs a dog. I feel like you guys need this dog. It really helps you through tough times. I feel like this lady, I feel like she might be bluffing, and I feel like she wants to make money. So I feel like she kind of wants feel like she kind of wants you out because she's about making money, this woman. So I feel like it's all about to her money. But I don't know. I feel like she might be bluffing a bit. But I keep on seeing you opening up an envelope and there's paperwork here, but a letter, it's like a letter. And I feel like it's good news. And I do get July. But I also feel like that there could be another move for you. Like where you are now, it just makes you feel stuck. Like I don't feel like it's the best place for you to be in. And I feel like the surroundings, like I feel like there's a park nearby that maybe you go with the dog and you run around and it's great. But I feel like the building where you are, I feel like you need to be somewhere that's more like, I don't know, like more sun comes in or it's more light. I just don't feel like where you are now, it's like home. Is what I feel like. It's not home.
Yeah, and I just moved. I found this trailer, and it's going from an apartment to a trailer, and I've had a lot of backlash for it, but they've allowed my dog, and it's for to own, so I'll be owning it soon, and right now I'm in the process of moving, so everything's like cluttered and getting the dogs used to their new environment with my dog.
It'll be okay.
So
I feel like there's one more move to go. I feel like even though that's going to be your home, that where you are now, I feel like there's one more move to go. So I feel like there could be something that happens where you're able to get maybe a small house. There's something else here. I feel like that there's one more move for you before you're like very settled. But I feel like that I just get the dog's very important and it's going to give you joy, and the same with your daughter. But I don't know why I keep on being drawn to July, and that there's some sort of communication going to happen in July. It's going to make you breathe and a lot happier. And this is going to be something that's very exciting. And I feel like it's a relief here too. And it's going to make you unstuck as well.
I definitely hope so.
You also need to give yourself some credit. Like you're very hardworking, and I feel like you need to give yourself a bit more credit than what you do. I do feel like there's could be more learning for you as well, for another job or another career. I feel like there could be some more learning for you too, coming up even next year. So thank you for calling in, and I hope I've helped you today.
Oh yes, ma'am, absolutely. Thank you so very much.
That's okay. So everybody, we're going to have another fabulous week coming up. If you want to contact me, you can. My email, my website is Lady D Psychic Parties. My Facebook page is also Lady D Psychic Parties, and I will be going live tonight at 7 p.m. Sydney time, doing live readings. Also on YouTube, Danielle Psychic on YouTube or Lady D, and Instagram is Lady DS Psychic, and TikTok is Lady D Psychic. So thank you for joining me, and I'll see you same time, same place next week. So bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Stellar Parenting with Brandy Kahn. Live from brandycahn.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Stellar Parent on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Happy Tuesday, everyone, from Houston, Texas. Welcome to Stellar Parenting. I'm your host, Brandy Kahn. I'm an intuitive astrologer, and I also hold a Master of Science degree in psychology with an emphasis in child and adolescent development. And I'm super passionate about helping parents to custom design their parenting approach based on their child's natal chart. If you'd like more information about how you can work with me, please visit my website at brandycahn.com. We've got a fun show lined up for today in honor of Aries season, because we are currently in Aries season and Taurus season is coming up in a few days. I'm going to be talking here at the beginning to parents of children who have their sun or moon in the sign of Taurus or Aries. Also, I will be giving you a list of the transits for this week, and beware, there is a difficult transit this week that you need to know about, so stay tuned for that. And there will also be a transit that I will speak about today where we are seeing some glimpses of things that are happening on the world stage that I will be talking about as well. So join me for that. I'm so happy to have you here. Let's jump in. And the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to talk to parents of children who have their sun or moon in the sign of Aries or Taurus, okay? So in astrology, there's a misconception that the sun defines you and everything you do, every single aspect about you. And that's not correct. The moon is equally important. And when we're talking about astrology and the moon represents our feelings, our emotions, our sensitivity, what makes us feel safe, and what makes us feel nurtured. Now, the moon is important, especially for children, because we really want to give our children a sense of safety and security. Overall, what we really want is to give them secure attachment. Okay? So secure attachment is characterized by feelings of trust, feelings of safety, comfort in relationships, being comfortable relating to other people in a healthy way, not a toxic way. There's also a willingness to rely on others. You don't feel like you have to do everything on your own and that you're in this world all alone, okay? That would not be characteristic of secure attachment. And there's also a belief that comes with secure attachment that one is loved and one is valued and one has a deep sense of worth. And this is what we all want to give our children. It's so important. It will set them up to have healthy and secure relationships in the future. And this is all going to start with understanding your child's natal chart. When you understand their natal chart, you will know what makes your child feel safe and what makes them feel secure. And I always tell my clients who come to me who are parents, I tell them, okay, yeah, we're going to go through your child's natal chart, but here's the interesting fact. your child is not living out their natal chart. So from the time that they are born until around 15 or 16 years old, what's actually happening is the chart is being played out around the child by the parents. And if your child has a tricky placement or something that might be a little bit difficult, you would want to know about that. So, and I'll use myself as an example for you guys. I am the mother of 4, 3 boys and a girl. And one of my sons has his moon in the sign of Scorpio. And his moon has very difficult aspects. So moon in Scorpio with difficult aspects could show up or manifest as mother who's a little bit controlling, manipulative, mother who is difficult. And when I realized that about his chart, I was like, okay, so me in particular as mom, I want to make sure I am playing this out in a functional and healthy way for him, not an unbalanced and dysfunctional way. So I'm very aware of how I speak to him, how I engage with him, how I interact with him. And I try my best to bring forward the most beautiful aspects of the sign of Scorpio as his mother. So if you'd like more information, if you'd like to know more about your child's chart, and if they have anything in their chart that you need to be aware of, please go to my website and book a natal chart session for your child, and I'll go through their chart with you. So for parents who have children who have an Aries sun or moon, this is for you. The ruler of Aries is Mars, the warrior planet. So Aries energy can be very bold, courageous, forward moving. But the shadow side of Aries, the shadow side of that energy can be really impulsive, aggressive, a little bit impatient. Okay, so we've got 2 polar opposites of how this energy can show up. Aries is a cardinal sign. That means that leadership and taking action are going to be very important for your child. Aries children can be very direct, they can be outspoken, and they can be very, very blunt. So we have to teach them to be considerate of the feelings of the people around them. Remember that Aries has a psychological need to initiate action, taking action, initiating action, starting something. That is paramount for Aries. And people with strong Aries energy, especially children, they are not comfortable sitting on the sidelines and watching other people take action. They want to be out there doing something as well. So knowing this, you should give your Aries child opportunity for new challenges. And those challenges could come through sports or athletics, through dance, or through hiking. Aries is a fire sign, which gives a great amount of energy and passion. So you want to make sure that your child is using that energy in a constructive way, not a dysfunctional way. Otherwise, what could happen? They've got all of this energy, all of this passion, nowhere to put it. And then we've got someone with an explosive temperament, or someone prone to aggression, someone prone to conflict and acting out. So in order to circumvent that, what you want to make sure that there is physical activity for your Aries child. And the more activity, the better. The more they're going to burn off all of that steam from the fire that they just naturally have. Now, Aries children can mature into adults who are driven, who are independent, confident, and protective. And those are the qualities that you want to encourage within your child. Now, for children with their sun or moon in the sign of Taurus, Parents, this is for you. Taurus is an earth sign, so you will notice that there is a grounded and stable quality to the energy of Taurus. Now, there's a common misconception that Taurus people are stubborn and lazy, and I'm not a fan of that at all because it misses something very, very important about Taurus. And with Taurus, we're talking about a psychological need for consistency, stability, and safety. And for that reason, people with strong Taurus placements really try hard to avoid change. Change is not their favorite thing on the menu. They like for things to be predictable. And you might notice that with your child. But please try to avoid labeling them as stubborn. And instead, think of it as my child is simply trying to maintain their sense of safety. So maybe they don't want to change right now. Maybe they don't want anything different because the tried and true method is what they feel is safe for them. So let's honor that. And when it comes to Taurus, the 5 senses are very important. Taurus children are very sensitive to the energy around them. So they are aware of how things feel against their skin, how things sound, how food tastes. So please remember that. And especially as a parent, if you are initiating any type of physical contact or physical touch with your Taurus child, please make sure that you are touching them from a place where you are calm, centered, and in control of yourself and from a place of love. Taurus children do not do well with being hit, grabbed, anything like that. But, you know, when the parent is angry, they internalize that at a very deep psychological level. Why? Because Taurus is a sensual sign. The senses are important. The senses are emphasized. And then what they feel is going to be even more magnified. So please remember that. The sign of Taurus also rules the throat. So your child could be a great communicator, or, you know, they might have a beautiful voice and they can be a really good singer. But this rulership, Taurus's rulership of the throat, also does predispose your child to having sore throats quite frequently. So keep that in mind. And you would want to make sure that you take steps to prevent that from happening if possible. Now, these children, Taurus children, can mature into adults that are reliable, dependable, patient, and loyal. And those are the qualities that you really want to encourage within your child. All right, now moving to the transits for this week, April 14th through Wednesday, April 16th, Mercury is moving into Aries. Wonderful news. So the planet of communication is finally leaving the sensitive spiritual waters of Pisces and moving into the fire sign of Aries. Now, as we just discussed, the highest level of expression of Aries energy is bold, courageous, active, forward-moving, very decisive. And the lowest level of expression can be really aggressive, impulsive, and focused too much on the self. With Aries, there's a psychological need to take action and to initiate, to make something happen. And in this case, where we're talking about Mercury and communication, it's really about saying something. I have a need to initiate by my speech, by what I say. So the energy of Mercury in the sign of Aries is all about saying direct over the next few weeks with your communication. You might speak first and then think later. So watch out for that. Okay, that's one drawback from Aries, can be a little bit impulsive. Act first or speak first and then think later. But on the good side, on the flip side, Aries energy, Mercury in Aries, is really good for making quick decisions and being decisive. But please beware, once again, you don't want to use the energy of Mercury in Aries to start heated arguments, to yell at people, or to say things that you will later regret. On Thursday, April 17th, Mercury will conjunct Neptune at 0 degrees of Aries. Now, here we have the planet that rules communication, Mercury, joining forces with the planet of transcendence, Neptune. This will be an interesting combination because this is the first time that Mercury will conjunct Neptune in the sign of Aries in our lifetime. The last time that Neptune was in the sign of Aries was from 1862 through 1875. Neptune glamorizes aspects of the sign that it's in. So we could be entering a time when we are fighting for our ideals and passionately pursuing social change in our society. Or we could be taking more initiative when it comes to our spiritual paths and practices, our spiritual approach. But it could also signal the glamorization of the shadow side of Aries, which is anger, aggression, impulsivity, and war. So watch which current events are revealed on this day, Thursday, April 17th. What ideas are being communicated nationally or globally? And I know that right now in the United States, the airwaves are full of news about Abrego Garcia and the administrative error that the Trump White House made in sending him to El Salvador. And yesterday, there was a meeting in the Oval Office where the president of El Salvador said that he would not be returning Garcia to the United States, even though the Supreme Court, our Supreme Court here, unanimously ruled that he must be returned. His return must be, the word used was facilitated by the White House. Right now, also big in the news, we've got Harvard University. It was one of the first things on the news this morning that I saw. Rejecting President Trump's list of demands, okay? So President Trump wanted Harvard to cut all DEI programs, to reduce the power held by students and faculty, and to give him hiring and admissions data. And also President Trump wanted the right to get rid of professors who are more committed to activism rather than scholarship. So Harvard hit back and said, no, that's infringing on our First Amendment right to freedom of speech. And this is going to be in the news this week. So part of me is wondering, is this where Neptune and Aries, is this where we're heading? Are we going to be fighting for freedom of speech? Are we going to be fighting for our rights? Are we going to be fighting for our rights or focused on our rights as citizens? This week will tell us. All we've got to do is watch what's going on around Thursday and Friday. What's on the airwaves? What's being discussed on the news? All right, our next transit that we have, we're actually for Mercury and Neptune on a personal level, because I was talking about on a global level. On a personal level, you might feel pulled forward into your own sense of individuality and spirituality. And you might also find that it's easier for you to think and communicate and make decisions if you really engage the right side of your brain through creativity, music, art, or meditation. So you want to incorporate the energy of Neptune with the energy of Mercury. And if you have young ones, if you're the parent of a young child who has, they're feeling big feelings and they're not able to articulate or express what they're feeling, give them a box of crayons and a piece of paper and tell them to draw a picture of what they feel, what they think their feelings look like, and tell them they can use any shape, color. They can make their feelings as big as they want to or as little, as small as they need to. And this is how you can get them to open up and talk about what's going on when they are not at the developmental stage where they have the vocabulary to express it. And then on Friday, April 18th, Mars will move back into the fire sign of Leo and leave the waters of Cancer. Mars is the planet of action, energy, drive, and passion. And in the sign of Leo, Mars can really give us a boost of confidence and enthusiasm. You may feel like you're ready to take action in a bold and courageous way and to really assert yourself. And if you're the parent of children, it can actually manifest through your children as well. And this is what might happen. You might have a child who decides to step out of their comfort zone and to try out for an athletic team at their school. If so, be supportive and encouraging. And I want you to celebrate your child's action and not necessarily the result, but praise them for taking action in a very brave way. Now, while Mars is in Leo all the way through June 17th, you may notice also that you're an ace at getting things done. You'll be able to get things done very quickly. And you might feel that you're ready to have fun and enjoy yourself. And you're not afraid to lead or to step into a leadership position or to step into the spotlight, Mars and Leo. But let me remind you, Leo has a psychological need for validation and appreciation. So especially for those of you with the sun in Leo, or if you have children who have their sun in the sign of Leo, the next 2 months are going to be all about feeling appreciated and valued for what you do. On Saturday, April 19th, the sun will move out of the fire sign of Aries and into the earth sign of Taurus. So as I discussed earlier with Taurus, there is a psychological need for stability, for consistency. So over the next 4 weeks, you might feel more drawn to take a practical and grounded approach to things that are happening in your life. Comfort and predictability may be much more important to you than implementing big changes, okay, right now. And this is really significant because right now in the United States, we're going through some really big economic changes. And with the sun moving into the grounded sign of Taurus, and remember, Taurus likes safety, stability, predictability, security. Taurus does not like big changes. So with the sun in Taurus, people might not be so happy over the next 4 weeks with the fluctuating markets, with the way that the stock market is going up and down, okay? People might be a lot more upset or uncomfortable with these changes. On a personal level, you might notice that you're also more resolute with your decisions, and you might feel less likely to change your ideas during this time. So also, again, Taurus is a very sensual sign, and taste, touch, sound, and texture, they're all emphasized. So allow yourself to enjoy good food, great music, hugs from your loved ones, and being wrapped up in your favorite soft, cozy blanket. All of these things will really speak deeply to your 5 senses. And on Sunday, April 20th, this is the transit that I wanted to give you a heads up about. This one is a little difficult. So on Sunday, April 20th, we will have the sun at 1 degree of Taurus squaring Mars at 1 degree of Leo. This is a very hot aspect that could produce some friction. So in astrology, the sun represents our sense of identity, our ego, our vitality, who we're meant to be this lifetime. And Mars symbolizes action, energy, drive, and passion. So these planets, these two, they're going to be stationed at a tense angle. So their energies will not be working together in a very harmonious way or in a very easy way, and be more prone to seeing the shadow side of Mars anger, aggression, conflict, escalating tension. So during this time, you might find that your ego, the ego part of you, really wants you to take a stand for something and to completely throw diplomacy out of the window. And when it comes to negotiations, you might find that you don't really want to give an inch. You don't want to hear what the other person is saying during this time, okay? You might feel locked into your position and they might feel locked in to their position. Now, what concerns me about this and the timing of it is on a week ago, and so we're going to have that again on Saturday, and then this aspect will be making its appearance on Sunday the 20th, but I guarantee you people will be feeling this on the 19th. Okay? So, heads up. I want everyone to remember not to be overly aggressive, not to step needlessly into conflict, not to respond to emotional volatility. We don't have to be combative. We could use this transit in a functional way to really be confident, to get things done, to be energized. And remember, if you take the position of it's my way or the highway, you're probably not going to get very far this weekend. And that's because the other person that you're speaking with is probably feeling the exact same way with this energy. So that wraps up our transits for this week. And just like I like to remind you guys at the end of every show, the stars may guide us. The stars may guide us, but we hold the power to shape our destiny. We hold the power to use this energy in a beautiful and constructive way. So I want you all to set your intentions for what you want from this week, how you want to use this energy. And I will see you back here again next week. Have a great week.
watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall's Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. You're here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. Well, this week is a very, very big milestone in my career here at the network. It's the 400th show. So that's a really big milestone for anybody to sort of been on air, and, 400 shows later, we're still going strong, and we have a really vast audience from around the world. I get lots of messages in my inbox every week of people telling me how that it's changed their lives, how I've been able to help them. They look forward to the astrology, they look forward to the card of the week, and they also look forward to listening to other callers that call in with an issue or a situation that they want handled, and they sort of feel that sometimes that the message is for them too, even though they haven't been personally able to connect with the show. They found the message has given them some sort of insight. So this week, to celebrate the 400th show, I'm going to feature one of our other tarot cards from the stable of tarot cards designed by myself and Hinkler Books here in Australia, and it's called The Secrets of Tarot. Now, The Secrets of Tarot was launched approximately this time 8 years ago, so it came out not long after I joined the network. So I thought we would sort of use that card this week, and I also have on my Facebook page a link to the new tarot widget that's on my website that's featuring these cards. Yes, we already have a widget there for the Simply Tarot cards for those people that are passionate about them too. So let's feature this Secrets of Tarot card this week, which is the Wheel of Fortune. Now, it's the elevation of money. It's overseas trip or completion phases. So it's a really ambiguous sort of card. You will notice that the pictures are exactly the same as what's on the Simply Tarot set. This is an old world design, and this is what the publishers came up with, that they did their market research, and some people wanted an oldie worldy sort of card. So they took the Simply Tarot and turned it into the Secrets of Tarot with this. So Wheel of Fortune. So the Wheel of Fortune is a really positive card to come out. We'd all could do with a little bit of elevation in money. And some people might be lucky enough to be taking an overseas trip this Easter, or pretty close to taking one soon. So whatever you might be doing in your life at the moment, look at this as a completion phase. Look at this as the opportunity to sort of bring in some extra cash, or sort of, just really feel as if you're back in the driver's seat with your life. And there've been so many of us that have been feeling recently that life is sort of out of control around us. And if we can sort of control a little bit of what's going on in our lives, I think we start to feel then as if we're back in the driver's seat and we're sort of steering our own ship, so to speak. And that's what the Wheel of Fortune reminds me of, is the ship's wheel, so that, we can steer our own course in life. And that's really important sometimes, to be able to do that. So astrology-wise this week, we've still got a big week. We've still got a lot of emphasis on Aries and Pisces. And with Aries being the last few days of Aries, we've still got the sun in Aries. So happy birthday to all those Aries people. And I know there's many of them around the world, and they're wonderful people, and you get to know them just because they like to motivate everybody and get everybody up off the couch, and then they take off and say, well, I'll leave it up to you. That's okay. That's their job. So happy birthday to all the Aries. So we still have Chiron, which is not an actual planet, but is known as the wounded healer in technical sides of astrology, or karmic sides of astrology, which is showing people the way forward. Now, when I'm talking about Chiron here, yes, we're predominantly talking about Aries and the remaining two fire signs, which is Leo and Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra, but it is washing over the other remaining 8 signs, where it's asking us to have a look at what needs to be healed in our lives. And this is a really perfect time of the year to look at that while we spend time with family and friends over the Easter break. And whether you're religious or whether you're not, it will have a special significance for you. It's not just a public holiday and a time to have some fun. It's a time for introspection as well, and looking at the things that maybe need to be fixed or healed in our lives. So this is the perfect opportunity if there's been sort of a rift in the family or a rift with a friend or a neighbour or a loved one. Maybe it's the time to reach out and give them that olive branch and give them that opportunity that maybe we can heal something over the weekend. And this is what Chiron is asking us to do. In some situations, things are too far gone and people say, look, I really can't do that. But if you can't physically reach out, then maybe emotionally reach out and forgive that person, you know, in your own mind, in your own body, so that you're taking some steps towards healing. I believe Easter is about healing and sort of making change, and as well as the religious connotation of what it means for many different faiths around the world, it's a time that we need to sort of really start being kinder to people and start, you know, mending fences and reaching out to people. So that's the Chiron part. Now we're going to move into the Pisces part. Now, look, we've been talking about a lot of planets in Pisces for a very, very long time now, because they have been in Pisces for a very long time. So it's not as if I'm making this up. They are there. They're all clustered together. It's been a very intense time for Pisces, Cancer, and Scorpios in the opposite sign of Virgo, but it's been also washing over the rest of us too for the remaining 8 signs. So we kick off the Pisces plethora of planets with Venus sitting in Pisces. So Venus is the planet of love and affection. This is where we look for in a chart the things that we love to do. It's not always where we look for relationships. Yes, I'm not saying relationships aren't important, but there's many other factors that we deal with on a day-to-day basis that make our hearts sing. You know, whether that's sort of hearing a nice piece of music or doing something creative or just doing something nice for yourself, something that's going to put a smile on your dial, is what Venus does. So it's where we look for how we approach or what we look to do in our lives that makes our heart sing, that makes us feel different. So Venus, the planet of love and affection, is actually conjunct or holding hands at the moment with the moon's north node. Now, this is not a planet. This is the moon's north node showing us how we can aspire to be better people. What are we aiming for? What are we trying to achieve? And with the moon's north node here in Pisces, we're trying to achieve a lot more calmness, a lot more peacefulness in our lives. We're looking to enhance our creativity. We're looking to sort of surround ourselves with nice music and creative people and, you know, good food and wine, and just having basically a good time and sort of starting to look for the finer things in life, in my opinion, you know, looking at ways that we can mend those fences that I was talking about earlier. It's a time to sort of start reaching out and, you know, being kind to somebody that maybe hasn't always been as kind to us. You know, sometimes we need to turn the other cheek and let bygones be bygones. So the North Node is actually conjunct or holding hands Saturn. So Saturn's the planet of discipline. It's the planet of structure. In old teachings, it was the father figure planet. It was the father planet in astrology. I'm not sure that necessarily just applies to the father. There's some incredibly strong women out there, and we can learn our lessons from them as well. I sort of see Saturn as sort of saying, not so much a restriction or a limitation, but saying, hang on a minute, have you really thought this out? Have you got the best plan of attack? Have you got everything in place? Are all your ducks in a row? Have you done your homework? Are you prepared? Are you ready for what might come? And not necessarily saying on a negative. It can give you that stickability. It can give you that drive and determination to see something through to the end. So Saturn is also conjunct or holding hands Mercury, the planet of communication in Pisces. So collectively, what's happening with all this stellar of planets sitting in Pisces is we've got Venus, the North Node, Saturn, and we've got Mercury. So we've got Venus sort of showing us the way to bring in love and light into our lives. The North Node is showing us or helping us to achieve the highest potential that we can achieve during this transit. And Saturn is saying, okay, make sure you've done your homework. We're very structured. We're very organised. And then that way we can deliver the message in communication, whether it's in written form, spoken form, any form of communication, in a very structured, positive way, but also bringing in our higher self and also bringing it in a very creative way, a gentle way, in a way that, you know, can appeal to the masses. So it's a really positive time. So if you are a Pisces or you know some Pisces at the moment, you know, cozy up to them because they've got a lot of wisdom to share at the moment. I believe that because they are the final sign of the zodiac, that they encompass a lot of the wisdom of the previous 11 signs and they make it their own. They put a nice, creative, soft, gentle sort of spin on it in a way that's more palatable to most of us. I don't see them as being the dustbin of the cycle of the zodiac signs as all, which a lot of astrologers write, I feel they have immense power. So then we have that stellium of planets sitting in Pisces is actually conjunct or holding hands Neptune that's just crossed over into Aries. So it's interesting because they're still all holding hands. It's like a train. If you look at the engine being Venus and the carriages behind is the North Node, Saturn, Mercury, and now finally Neptune, which has just stepped into Aries. And Neptune sitting in Aries is going to be there for a long time. So we're going to have lots of time to talk about this. And I know a lot of my Aries friends are feeling a little bit restless at the moment. What's Neptune mean? How's it going to affect me? I don't want to be airy-fairy. I don't want to be this. I don't want to be that. Well, just calm down. It's going to help you become a little bit more creative. It's also going to sort of maybe just take that edge off that fire that sometimes can be a little bit intense. It's sort of, approaching the fire in a more palatable sort of way, getting people to listen to you more, getting people to listen to your new ideas. So look at this as a very creative period of time, Aries, that you're going to be able to sort of come out and people are going to sort of take notice and say, oh, I didn't know they really had that sort of energy about them, or I didn't realise they were that creative or could sing or could dance or could paint a picture or could do something amazing on the computer or their laptop. So it's going to be a very, very interesting time. But for a lot of Aries people, it's going to seem to feel quite a restless time because they don't know what to do with themselves. All of a sudden they're waking up at 2:00 in the morning with a brilliant idea. And, gee, I don't want to get out of bed and put that down. But they're being sort of forced to. So it's a very interesting time ahead of Aries people. So finally, we're going to talk about Aries. We're going to talk about Mars sitting in Cancer. Now, Mars is the planet of action, of opportunities, that sort of is where our ego comes from, I believe, and drives us to get out of bed. It does not feel comfortable in Cancer. Cancer sort of is a homely sort of energy. It's sort of like we want to feel secure. We want to sort of have a good meal and some good people around us and not venture too far from home, very happy to sort of stay in the home environment. So it's sort of almost like they're at opposite ends of the spectrum here. So Mars is encouraging Cancers to get out there, strut their stuff a little bit more, show the world what they're made of, because they really do have some amazing talents that they keep hidden underneath that very hard shell that they've got. And Cancer people are, synonymous with being a crab. They either walk sideways or backwards to go forward. They don't necessarily move directly forward, but they do make great ground. So don't underestimate the power of a Cancerian. They actually really are quite strong underneath that very tough shell. And if they seem to be going sideways to go forward, then watch out, because that's when they're at their most powerful. And finally, we're going to talk about Jupiter in Gemini. Now, Jupiter in Gemini is the planet of luck and opportunity. It is affecting mainly the air signs, which is Gemini, Libra and Aquarius, but the opposite sign of Sagittarius too is finally, he's drawing to a close in this energy. But it's a time to sort of get out there, strut your stuff, show the world what you're made of. It's a time for sort of real expansion and opportunities, and be rest assured that people are taking notice of you, that there will be some opportunities that might come out of nowhere that you weren't expecting, and they're going to come because it's the right thing. It's the right timing for you. So whatever your star sign is, there's some golden opportunities there over the next 7 days. Make sure that you enjoy the company, you enjoy your time with family and friends at Easter, and be kind to yourself. We're going to take our first caller this evening, and it's Xander in Winnipeg. Are you there, Xander? I'm sorry. Xander.
Hi,
sorry,
yes, I am.
I'm sorry I keep pronouncing your name wrong. I'm not good on names. How are you, dear?
That's okay. I'm good. How are you?
Very well, thank you, sweetie. Do you have a question I can answer for you?
I kind of just wanted to see what my spirits or angels or, people who have passed kind of what kind of message they want to give to me.
Okay. Now, look, quite often with people from the other side, they come through when they feel it's important to them. And quite often that's not always on our bus timetable. We think, right. I've got this major crisis. I've got this decision I've got to make. Should I change my job? Should I do this? And they're sitting back there laughing, having a cuppa, saying, well, isn't that funny? What does she think we are? We're not here to answer every question. You've got to make some decisions for herself.
Right.
That's what I was given from the other side. Was there was a plethora of people, a group of people sitting there having a cup of coffee or a cup of tea and sort of laughing their head off, saying, well, what does she want to know this for? hasn't she got any brains? Doesn't she know where she wants to go? Doesn't she know what she wants to do? It's almost as if they're a choir of people with a real sense of humour saying, well, we're sitting back watching the show. We've given you all the insight. We've given you all our little tips. It's now up to you to put the jigsaw pieces together. So I find that quite amusing. Like they do have a real sense of humour on the other side. And, sometimes they don't see things quite as importantly or as urgently as we do here on Earth because there is no time over there. Right. It's sort of timeless. And they can sometimes sort of think that, the things that we're getting upset about, they think, well, what you getting upset about that for? It's all going to be okay, but we don't know that here on Earth. So for them to be coming through in such a playful way says to me that your life is sort of unfolding in a very playful, very happy sort of manner. And it's like, I'm not saying don't take life seriously, but what I'm saying is don't get bogged down on things. Do you know what I mean? If something comes up that's a crisis, look at it and put it to one side and then come back to it tomorrow and look at it again. Because I feel then you'll see maybe through a different set of eyes that, hang on a minute, this is not as serious or as dangerous or whatever the case may be as I first thought. Now I've got a plan of attack. I've slept on it and I've got some ideas, and that'll be them coming through in the middle of the night, just popping little nuggets into your mind as you sleep, but not necessarily giving you the whole answer. And that's how they like to work. See, they're not allowed to control us from the other side. They can share with us pockets of information. It's up to us then to piece it all together and then act on it, because that way then they're not in control, if you understand what I mean. They've made suggestions. Right. You're clever. You can put it together. And, then there'll be other times where they will come through with a very, very clear dream. And it's like you get all the sequences of steps that you need to follow through, or should, or their suggestion of what you should do in this situation. And you wake up and you feel like, my goodness, you're all goosebumpy and cold and think, gee, that was really real. Well, yes, it was very real because they took you in there and showed it to you in, like living the real video. You were actually in there, and that's why you wake up with those sensations. So what they're sort of saying to me from the other side is they're coming through in many very different ways to share with you pockets of information. They know you're clever. They know you're going to sort things out. But they're also saying to me, it's your choice too. Like you've got to be the one driving the car. They're just like the passengers chirping in the back seat, putting their 10 cents worth in it. Are we there yet? I'm hungry. I want to go to the bathroom. You know what I mean? Like they're like naughty little children, if you look at it that way. And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to give you the power to empower you to help you understand that you are the driver of your life. So having said that, they were showing me too around September this year, there's going to be some massive changes. So is there some projects that you've been working on that you're hoping to sort of bring to a close or a fruition around September, October this year?
Nothing that I can really think of specifically.
Okay. But all right. Well, that might still, but that might be still coming up. That's what they showed me, that there was a massive turning point around that time of the year, and they were all clapping and cheering. But I asked them repeatedly what that was about, and they just said, well, she knows what we're talking about. I thought, okay, all right. I'm just the person that's passing on the messages. And look, they're very playful. So I'm not taking it as being anything negative, because they were all so playful and having such a great time, and, sitting around having a cuppa and having a bit of cake, and and when they show me things like that, we have to look at that for what it actually is. When they're in a playful mood and they're eating cake is a celebration. If they were having, what we call scones in this country, but you guys call them biscuits over there, or the Americans do, that to me means hard work. So they were showing me cake. So it was something they were excited about, they were happy about. They were all sitting around laughing, having a cup of whatever their beverage is, and having a good time. So I felt that there was going to be a change of job. Is that something that you've been looking at doing?
So right now, actually, I stay at home with my kids, and my daughter will be in kindergarten starting in September, and I'm starting to ponder on what I'm going to do.
There's the September.
Yep.
Well, they were showing me September, see, but your daughter's going to start kindergarten, then you'll be in a position of choice. Do you go back and do some part-time work? Do you start something from home? You'll have a little bit more free time. Right. That's your September marker.
Yes.
That's what they were alluding to. Yeah, well, everything's going, I could see a little job. I didn't see a full-time job. I just saw something that you could manage around family life, and you seem to be really enjoying it. So that's coming in later in the year. So look, I don't think you've got anything to worry about. But they're showing me another baby.
Oh, okay.
Were you planning on another baby?
Yeah. No, I'm not.
Okay, well then take that as a warning that you make sure that you step up your birth control, because if you don't want another baby, they were showing me them, they were rocking a baby. That is still your choice.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
So,
I will do that.
Yes. Okay, lovely to talk with you, sweetie, and have a wonderful day. Okay, we're going to talk with Shantae in Little Rock in Arkansas. Are you there, Shantae? Shantae. I'm really not doing well today with the names.
Yeah, I'm here.
Are you there, Shantae?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please?
Yes, I was really hoping for like a message from my friend that recently passed away, and just a general love reading or whatever comes.
Okay. All right. So with your friend that just recently passed away, there's no sort of definite time that they want to come through from the other side. It's always up to them. And quite often when they're newly passed, they don't necessarily want to make their debut on, everybody around the world listening in either. All I can say to you is that there's still tears on the other side. So to me, that sort of indicates that they weren't ready to go. Is that correct?
I'm not sure, honestly.
Well, were they sick before they went? Did they know that they were going to pass, or was it a sudden passing?
Well, they kind of knew, but then not really. They knew they were sick though, and they weren't taking their medicine, so.
Right, but they still were showing me that they didn't feel that it was their time for whatever reason. They're still upset about that they've gone. They're not accepting it yet. So that's okay. There's no timetable for when people accept that their time has come to a close here on earth. But just let me assure you that, they are around you, but they're grieving the loss of everyone as well as you grieving the loss of them. So just give it a little bit more time. I don't know that they're necessarily ready to come through with anything stronger than that. They were just showing me that they were still upset that they were gone. And, that's okay too. So moving on to your love life. So you're looking to bring new love into your life, sweetie?
I'm currently in a relationship, so I just wanted to, get a feel of if it's right or not.
Okay.
So.
Do you mind just sharing with me that person's first initial, please, sweetie, so I can tune into them?
A.
Okay, thank you. All right. Really, really interesting, because what I'm picking up around A is 1 minute they're really sort of gung-ho and yes, this is the greatest thing that's ever happened. And then it's sort of almost like I stop dead and it's like, oh my goodness, it's overwhelming. I'm not sure whether I want this. Look, this will start to settle down as we move through the year. I just sort of feel that they're a very sensitive person and they're trying to make sure that they're not making a mistake. They've had a series of situations that didn't work out, and this time they promised themselves that they would go slower and be more aware and try and be more attentive and try and take notice of how you're feeling in the situation as well as them, and sort of trying to learn to communicate more. I don't think that they communicate as well as what they could. They get it all straightened in their head and then they go to open their mouth and it's like, oh, nothing comes out or very little comes out. So I'm going to ask you to be patient with that. Look, I feel this relationship has got good bones. It's got good energy around it. It's just slow growing to get it to sort of continue to build momentum. So I don't want you to sort of look at that as, if it's a stop-starty sort of situation that this is wrong. No, it's just both of you sort of learning to readjust to the power of what this relationship is. Did it start really quickly, did it, and really intensely?
Yes, kind of.
Yeah. And I think that sort of unnerved both of you at different times. So don't look at that as a negative. Look, not every relationship is the same. And, and when we sort of start to get closer with somebody, then some of the fears and the things that, didn't work in previous relationships, we see a little glimmer of that. We think, oh, no, I'm not going there again. I'm not going to do that. And, we have this sort of like knee-jerk, sudden sort of reaction instead of saying, well, okay, all right, there might be some slight similarities here. How can we work through this? How can we sort of see whether this is, still on the right path instead of getting that really jerky sort of relationship? And I think that's what's been going on. You're having a real high in the relationship and he pulls back a little bit and then the other way around, and it's sort of like you've both questioned it. But I just sort of feel, look, just relax, just enjoy it, just let's see where it goes. But I really do think that this relationship has tremendous potential to really become something long-term, happily ever after, and both of you are blossoming in it, and that's a good sign. Both of you have been very hurt in the past, and you're both, hesitant about giving all of yourself to a new relationship unless it's right, and that's fair enough. You can't just willy-nilly keep throwing your heart out there to be trampled on. But I feel that over time this will build and it will become more successful. So have the two of you moved in together yet, or is that something that's coming up?
Well, he stays quite often, but not necessarily moved in.
No, but I think over the next few months, I think there's going to be some discussions about this is silly. We're together so much, we may as well make this official. You know what I mean? Sort of talk about setting up a home together. Look, it's somewhere between now and June. It may not happen till after then, but it's sort of like there's little hints of it happening, like, oh, well, when we do this or when we do that, he's starting to talk in the we a lot more. Anyway, sweetie, that's where we're going to have to leave it. We've come to the end of the show. So it's always lovely to take callers from around the world, even if I do get their names wrong, and I'm sure they'll forgive me for that. And, it's been amazing to work with everybody here over the last 400 shows, and it's really been my pleasure and my honour to do so. And let's, aim for another 400 shows, God willing. And, it makes my heart sing to be able to talk with people and share my knowledge and my wisdom of all the years I've been in this sort of work, which has been well over 40 years now. And I'm still learning. And I think that's the important thing, to say to people that there isn't a day that goes past where we all don't still continue to learn something, even if it's small, even if it's something that we think, oh, yeah, well, that's interesting. We still get that opportunity to learn every single day. And, even working with clients on the show here, I learned something from that, like today with the sense of humour from the other side. I don't often tune into that. Usually there's a lot of serious issues. So that was really nice to have the choir come in and sort of say that, everything's happy and we're sitting back having a cuppa and doing the sort of things that we would do here on Earth. So I hope you've enjoyed our 400 shows. And I want to leave you with one of my favourite songs and from one of my favourite artists. And I really think it epitomises what this show is about. And it's not just from me, it's for all of us. And it's called You're the Voice with John Farnham. So enjoy the rest of your week. Enjoy your Easter with your family and friends. And don't forget to check out on the Facebook page where the new tarot widget is for the Secrets of Tarot cards. And we'll see you all again next week. And happy Easter. And I hope the Easter Bunny brings you lots and lots of chocolates. I'm not a big fan of Easter egg chocolate, but I will be indulging in some chocolate over the Easter break. And enjoy your time with family and friends. And don't forget, check out John Farnham and You're the Voice. Bye for now.
Tuesday, everyone, from Houston, Texas. Welcome to Stellar Parenting. I am your host, Brandy Kahn. I'm an intuitive astrologer, and I also hold a Master of Science degree in psychology with an emphasis in child and adolescent development. And I'm super passionate about helping parents to learn how to weave the magic of the stars with the art of consciously raising our children. Please visit my website at brandycon.com to book your natal chart session or a natal chart session for your child. And that's where we will go over the astrology that's in your child's chart so that you could understand them from a deeper level. You can even just schedule a parent coaching session. I am a certified parent coach through the Jai Institute of Parenting, and I'd love to help each and every one of you. So for today's show, fun stuff, as usual. We're going to go over the astrology of some of the current events that we've seen, and then I'll go over the major transits that we have in store for us this week.